CrownBet is back in the game, built for the big moments in racing and sport, from a name you know. Bet with CrownBet today.
Chances are you're about to lose.
Progress. It's relentless. Earned by pushing forwards through the setbacks and the wins, all for an opportunity that others might miss. Two worlds driven by performance, guided by data, insights, and feel. It's never just a move, it's a mindset. Because better never settles.
Welcome to the 2026 Aussie Millions, presented to you by CrownBet. We are at Crown Melbourne, and my goodness, what a poker room. 6 years since the Aussie Millions has gone, well, 6 years since its return, and what a bang it's made on day 1 and 2 and 3, and now we're day 4 technically of our coverage. So let me bring you up to speed. Yesterday we had the final table of the 5K, which was just a tremendous final table. So Ben Blaschke will update us on how that final table played out when he joins the coverage. Today, well, if you were listening to the coverage yesterday, you will know that there was a $25,000 buy-in yesterday, and that had about 50 or 60 runners yesterday when we left the field at the end of the day. And right now, we're confirming now it's above 90, I believe, 92 runners in the $25,000 entry. So that's what we're going to be covering today. That's what you're looking at on the screen. And also, in addition, on the floor in front of us, and there will be camera shots so you can see it, we are right in the middle of all the coverage. We have the main event, day 1. And even better, some of the big names are already in the field, but the name that actually sent us off and kicked us off into the did the shuffle up and deal for the Aussie Millions main event day 1 was Josh Giddey, the superstar NBA prospect, is here. And I heard he's got game, but Ben Blaschke's really close to Josh's game, both in basketball and poker. So when we get Ben on, he can update us on how Josh is travelling both in the main event and give us a little bit of background about Josh Giddey and how he's come into poker. But first, before we do any of that and we go to the coverage and we'll announce who's on that final table, I'd like to announce one of my favourite. There is a great affection between me and this man, and read into that what you will. I've known him for a long time, but he is a tremendous poker player. He's in amazing form, ran very deep a couple of times already this week, and he's quite an imposing character at a table. Don't let his charm fool you. Mr. Van Marcus, welcome. It's great to see you, brother. How are you feeling about the main event? When are you playing?
Paul, thanks for having me, man. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
It's been incredible. The numbers, not anyone would have expected this. We already have 155 players.
Yeah.
Opening day, 7 hours left. The 25K is flying, 92 entries.
How many times have you played the main event of the Aussie Millions?
I believe I played 4 or 5 times.
What's your best result?
I went deep, I think 50th place,
Wow.
45th place.
Okay, yeah, all right, okay.
Yeah. But it's all these numbers, all these great players that are out here. Great to see.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're going to go through structures, we're going to go through players. What we're going to do today is we're going to bring you the action live from the 25K event. That's what you're seeing on the screen. But all day long, we've got a whole crew of people here. Our poker news team are here. Poker media are here. what we're going to do is we're going to bring you updates from the floor on players in the main event. We've got our chat open. Thank you for all of those wishing us luck on the chat. We're going to need it because this thing is going to be quite a ride. Coverage is never perfect. We do have interruptions and all of those sort of crazy things, so just stick with us as we get through that. But if you do have questions or a query on players in the field and you want to follow them or find out who, how they're going, drop it into the chat. We can try and send one of our team out to find out for you. It's not a perfect process, but we'll do our very best. We've got a great team here, if I'm honest, and we are planted right in the middle of the tournament floor, so we can see so much action, and you will hear lots of noise in the background if you can't already, which is telling you right where me and Van are at the moment. And I can see Ben Blaschke sort of already scoping the floor like a Terminator, trying to collect information about the players and etc. So he's going to let us know how the big names in the main event are going, or if any drama hands happen or anything, somebody flips the table over because they get a bad beat, you never know. What I'd like to do is join the action right here. Our Melburnian Ben Pocket with Pocket Kings raises it up to 30,000. Our blinds are 10 and 15,000. Once again, 25k entry to this tournament. Strangely, I always find it strange that people buy in more than once to this thing, but several players have. What do you see when you see this table? We're going to go around the table. Who do you know? I know one of them.
Yeah, actually, there's a lot of world-class players on this table. You've got Romain Morvan. I think he's a French guy.
Yeah.
He's done really well.
Yeah.
And one of my favorite players is on there, Michael Adamo.
Yeah. Yeah, I met Michael and chatted with him just before this tournament. We have an all-in situation here. I'm not sure how that played out, but Ben Pocket's all in with Pocket Kings. He's got 300 in the pot, and Paul Hickman has Jack 7 of spades, so a big underdog. Not sure how we get there, but at the moment, I believe the all-in player is Paul Hickman, so let's take a look. Well, they're both all in, so we'll find out. The flop, a Queen, 10 flop. Kings ahead. Turns a 9, very interesting turn card, always is. And the river's a repeat 9, so Kings will take it down. So once again, we look at the board here. We've got Joe Sandev on top at 1.1 million, Nick Williams at 700k, Ben Pocket 625, Paul Hickman now the short stack at 47,000. Please continue, Michael Adamo.
Michael Adamo has been crushing for many years. I had some experience with him back in the day in online tournaments, and I just love his style. He's a field player, but he also plays a GTO style. So he comes from both sides, which makes him very dangerous.
You don't hear that very often, right? The blend.
That's right. A lot of these young guys are more studied, and they've been using the current software, mathematical approach. Well, he comes from both sides of the scope, which makes him very dangerous.
Yeah, really powerful combo, right? Right. Yeah, so we've got Ben Pocket next to him from Melbourne. We've got Josh Deuce from Queensland. We've got Yuta Naikan from Japan. He's a lovely fellow. Paul Hickman, we've already mentioned, from the UK, following the Wolves. I'm sure the Premier League is haunting him at the moment a little bit with their performances. Joe Sandev from South Australia. A couple of South Australians on this table. Nick Williams as well. And Romain Morvan, you mentioned, from France and also from Queensland. Love the cosmopolitan lifestyle, Van. Everybody has more than one place to live.
Yeah, it's the lifestyle of a poker player. You're all over the world,
So much action you can see in the tournament, on the tournament floor behind, when the camera goes around, you'll see. Just joining the action, Romain with pocket fours. About 300,000 in chips. Again, blinds are 10 and 15,000. Pots are about 40. Might have a few surprises. Guests pop in, we'll see.
You have a fold from Romain under the gun. Pretty solid there.
You can hear Danny McDonough, one of the best TDs in the world. He navigates traffic and players better than anybody I've ever seen. Paul Hickman here with Queens just moves in for his remaining 47,000.
Got short stack after the last hand with Ben.
And a quick call from Michael Adamo, because obviously he figures he didn't figure him to have pocket queens in that situation.
Probably thought he had some live cards going.
Well, you never know. He's not that far behind. You're never that far behind. 17% chance to win the hand. Let's have a look. Let's see what happens. An 8, a deuce, and a 5. He's caught a 5, so a little bit of a sweat going on. A repeat deuce. That's no help. So The river's a 4 of spades. So Paul Hickman will double up through Michael Adamo. Still the short stack at 100,000. Michael Adamo just a little under 3. Our leader, 1.1 million, is Joe Sandave. It's quite feverish in the room, isn't it, Van? So many. It feels like a bit of a. I've been saying this every day. It feels like a bit of a reunion. I mean, it was great to. I mean, me and you. We hugged. For those at home, we hugged several times when we saw each other, and that's the kind of feel from some of the players that you haven't seen in such a long time. It's not just a how are you. It's been 6 years since the Aussie Millions, and this is this is a hungry poker community. There was an appetite. We thought there was an appetite, but this is a crazy validation of that.
Exactly. A lot of these players are just hungry. You know, they're hungry to get back in. It's been 6 years, and it's always great to play a Crown. You're safe environment.
Yeah. I tell you, Dan and Harold, the super duo, have done such a good job in resurrecting the brand and bringing it back to life, and at the right time. I think they timed it beautifully.
Absolutely.
The players have responded with a resounding thank you.
Yeah, of course.
And we're just starting. Here we go. So
I'm just really excited that you're here, Paul. It's been such a long time, and I mean, these streams wouldn't be the same without you.
Well, thank you, buddy. You humble me. But I must say, I've got quite a team around me. Like I said, Ben Blaschke, well, I call him a number 2, but I think he's kind of already the number 1. Then you've got a couple of up-and-coming rookie superstars, Jackson Young, Josh Monk making an appearance as well. So these boys are starting to emerge as I get older.
You're still all right, Paul. You're doing all right, mate.
I'm trying to slow the aging process every day. So we're in a hand here. So Ryota Nakai from Japan raising it up to 30,000. Ben Pocket calling with a suited connector. The flop coming king 3-4, giving Ben a straight draw. Ryota still ahead. Action on the man from Japan.
Continues for a C-bet, quarter-size spot.
Not much here for Ben.
You can take different lines here. You could check call, check raise.
Well, that's the thing about poker, right? This is when, you look at it through that lens, and that's the players at home don't look at it all from that lens. Do they have different ways to play the same hand? This is a chapter of evolution, right? In your hand, a turn.
Yes.
At 3 of hearts. That's an interesting turn card for the man from Japan. Both with interesting draws here.
That's what makes it such a fantastic game, Paul. You can, every hand's different. You can play different ways.
Yeah, that is a real moment in a poker player's development when they start to realise there is more than one way to play a hand.
Exactly.
And I think that starts to develop players' maturity. It goes check here, and we see the river. Just waiting for the camera to switch over to tell us what that river is, whether a heart dropped. It looks red from here.
I think it might be even the heart. Ben's checked the river.
And the graphic should catch up any moment. Come on, you're killing us. the suspense. Let's see if we can tell by bet. Ooh, look at this.
Ben let out.
Ben let out.
Ben let out.
So there's a bet
that's
here.
a ridiculous
wow. It was a heart, Ben.
No, I had a feeling he was going to do 7 hearts too.
Yeah, so Ben's led into this.
Ooh, this is a really tough spot for Ben here.
Each player with 30 seconds to act. You can see those blue cards. I've been calling them the blockbuster video cards for those of you that remember. And we also know that there's a video easy version that Ben Blaschke may know very well from his time at Video Easy. This looks like a raise, so not surprising. He's really quite stoic. And now it's over to Ben, who's picked up a straight in the face of a flush. That is a sick river.
Yes, I played with Ben the other day. He's a really great player, but I don't even know if a great player can get away from this hand right now.
Yeah.
That'd be very impressive.
That's a really unfortunate situation for Ben on that river. He's going to
pace it
call,
off,
and
yeah.
that's going to... Well, Ben's pretty stoic, but I can imagine the disappointment. Ran really deep in the 5K too.
He did.
He was
Was
playing
with him
really
on the
well.
feature table for a couple of hours.
So that puts Ben at around 385,000 in chips. Still plenty to go. Paul Hickman, the short stack. Michael Adamo about just over 260,000. Well underway here, main event and the 25K buy-in. Amazing field. I think we're still at 90. Mr. Blaschke, can we confirm how many in the 25K, sir? Is that 98 runners?
Wow.
Unbelievable, right? Unbelievable. You were right. I was wrong. I had 70 in mind. I don't know what I was doing.
We're just breaking all the records, Paul.
Yeah, that's
Every
indicative
single
of the
event.
week. Yeah, every field is more, about 20-30% more than even high expectations, right? Yeah.
I mean, we
Ben's
had
keeping a very close eye on the field in the main event to tell us whether anything dramatic happens. By that I mean a certain Josh Giddey. We want to look after him. We want him to run really deep. Apparently his game is very good. I didn't know that, but Ben was telling me he can play.
Heard
He
the
can really
same,
play,
yeah.
yeah.
I hope he runs deep. It'd be great to watch him.
Oh, imagine. Yeah, fantastic. Now, when do you start? When are you in play?
I'm playing the main event tomorrow.
All right.
Day
okay.
1B.
Just another day in the life of Van Marcus, mate. Tearing up the tables. Here we go. So Paul Hickman picks up a jacks this time and puts it in for 100,000
Just under nine big lines. Yeah.
to Josh. Asks for a count. Josh with 270k, and he's in the big blind, so a little invested. What are your thoughts? Does he think he's live? This happened last time, Paul put it in. He had queens
Yeah, the
against
thing
Damo.
about Paul, he could have a much wider range here than just jacks. He could turn up with smaller pairs, ace highs, sometimes even hands like jack 10 suited where you're ahead of. So he's got a real decision here. It will affect his stack size if he loses, so that's what it's going through his mind.
Like I said earlier, each player gets some cards to buy them some time. They're limited, of course, and then if you need to buy another 30 seconds, you throw one of those in, but not this time. Josh makes
Good lay down.
a good fold, yeah, absolutely. So Paul Hickman picks up some much-needed chips. He's still around 10 big blinds. Plenty of time, really.
Of course. The structure's fantastic. Line levels are long and place.
So tell me, but between the main event, for the players at home, they're just hearing 10,500 to get in the main event, your satellite, big portion of satellite winners, same with the 25K. Is there a difference in the style of play between a $10,500 event and a 25K?
Definitely. Because in the 10.5, you have a lot of satellite players, and you have a lot of people that might just want to take a shot. It is the Aussie Millions, the main event, very prestigious event to win. At least $1 million first prize. And you have 700, 800 players. They're not all professionals. Whereas when you play a 25K blind, you're usually playing against the best in Australia, the best in the world. And that's why the field is only 98 players.
Yeah, right. What a fantastic series it's become. Well, it's on a real comeback. I can't imagine what it's going to like. The poker community clearly missed the Aussie Millions. So here we rejoin the action. Romain has raised to 30,000. Nick Williams, thinking about it with a suited connector, doesn't go with it.
I actually saw Nick a few days ago. He was ecstatic. He won his seat in the satellite.
Yeah. I'm not sure Paul Hickman has played enough hands. He's jammed again.
Jammed again.
With ace jack this time. And he's asking for a count. Romain, being quite methodical. So Romain, similar stack size to the last hand. I think it was Josh who had about 270,000. So a bit of a decision.
And he called.
Yeah, he's called. He's invested. So ace jack versus king queen. This never gets old.
Classic. You need to win these flips.
You really do. So Paul Hickman in again. Queens first, jacks. This didn't get any action. Now he's in with ace jack, slightly ahead. Let's see what happens. 2 in the door, 7-7. So aces ahead. Ace jack ahead, I should say. The turn, 5 clubs, no help. River a 9. So
Wow.
Paul Hickman doubles down.
Hickman does it again.
Yeah, you can see that. So now Romain, the short stack at 151, and Paul Hickman climbs up to about 338,000 in chips. Andy Lee has 2.6 million in chips in the main event.
In the 25K.
In the 25K. Wow. Andy Lee. Go Andy Lee. We'll keep a close eye on that.
That's 3.5 times the average stack.
Wow. Okay.
And he is a crusher too. So chips with him.
Okay. There is a leader in the field emerging, Andy Lee, in the 25K. We'll keep a very close eye on that. By Andy Lee, just to confirm for our community at home listening, I don't mean the comedian Andy Lee, because we're calling him a poker crusher, and that might set Andy Lee up, the comedian, for quite a fall at a poker table. Sorry, Andy. Back to the action. Folds around to Michael Adamo. It's been pretty quiet. 268,000 in chips. Quite. Is he the standout player at the table, Van?
I believe so.
Yeah. He's the one
He
to
is
watch.
he is the highest earning tournament player on the table right now.
Round to Ben Pocket, who's picked up a 6 of clubs. He's going to raise it up. Like I said earlier, Ben's deep run in the 5K, really good form. Your deep run in the 5K
Thank
as
you.
well, Ben. Yeah, you were on that feature table playing with Kale. You
Kale
and him
and the
back
rest
and
of
forth.
the guys, yeah.
Yeah.
It was a tough table, but we battled.
So Yuta Nakai from Japan with about 510,000, taking a little bit of time with his 19 of clubs. Interesting hand. He's in the small blind. And he lets it go.
Discipline folder.
And to Romain, who gets a bit excited with those magnificent locks of hair. I don't even think when I was young I had hair like that. And he folds a raggy hand. So
How great is it, Paul, that we have all these international players coming in?
yeah, well, look, I mean, the Aussie Millions was always synonymous with an international crowd, but we didn't think, maybe this was a little bit more managing expectations. We really just didn't think the shotgun start, when we brought it back, would be this big. But really the interest at this point is so much more than we thought. And maybe we were being a bit conservative and hopeful.
Yeah, right.
With that want of it to come back to the glory days. But this here is something else. Right, we've seen a fantastic list of tournaments with a great amount of players all ponying up immediately like they were waiting with appetite.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's
I
great
mean,
to have it
it
back.
was regarded as probably one of the best series stops worldwide.
Yeah. We talked a little bit about structures, right? So 90-minute blinds in the main event. Outside the World Series main event, there aren't many structures like
No.
it, right? So
No, a lot of play here.
Michael Adamo in shot, and he's going to raise it up to 30,000. Round to Ben, let's go. As does Josh, as does Ryuto. Over to Romain with a similar hand, out of position in the small blind. So good to have the webcast on the floor, because that sound of players calling out for cards with prayers never gets old.
And he hit the ace.
And you heard it in the background.
There you go.
That is some celebrations and high fives. Every hand, I reckon, every once an hour we hear something like that from a hand.
That's what I love about the game, Paul. It's excitement.
So Michael Adamo's raised it up to 30,000. Big blind Nick Williams from South Australia has picked up King Queen of Spades. And look at this.
Ooh.
Oh, it's a jam.
Puts him in.
And shuts him down.
Great play, Nick.
Wow. Chip leader, Joe Sandev at the table at 1.1. Nick Williams with 741,000 and a no-nonsense bet there into Michael Adamo. Short stack, our man from Melbourne.
When was the last time you played a tournament, Paul?
I tell you a funny story, Van. When I found out the Aussie Millions was coming back, I came back and I thought I better play a bit of cards and get the muscles moving again, just to get me thinking, about the game again. And I played a cash game. I won't tell you how that turned out, because it wasn't a very long game. And then I played a satellite for the main event, thinking to myself, there's no way. It was a one seat only. But I just wanted to get, the muscles moving.
Yeah.
Well, I did quite well. I bought a puppy out of that.
You won.
I got some cash.
Oh,
I got
fantastic.
I got some cash. So
Oh, that's a good start.
So it was a runner-up situation.
Excellent.
So I was lucky enough. Yeah, Michael Adamo with pocket fives. So yeah, I wanted, and for those at home who want to understand how you approach a job like this, you need to always stay close to the game, because the game changes and has done many times over 25 years. So I've always had a fantastic amount of support from players like yourself, Joe Hasham, Kel Beattie, you know, even in the past, Daniel Negreanu and I spent a couple of years together. And it was really, really kind of all of you to embrace me understanding the game was key to the job. So you really needed to understand what was really going on. So I bought a puppy, and the kids are very happy with it. So I think I'm a winning player this year.
Fantastic.
Certainly a more popular father.
The kids are happy, that's all matters.
And the flop comes Queen 7-8, so Mr. Adamo ahead with pocket fives. So Michael playing against the chip leader, Joe Sandev. Joe, also from South Australia, goes check, check, turn, a jack. Wet board, Van, is that what they call it?
That's a wet board, draw heavy board. Whoever takes a stab at this board will probably win it right there.
And it goes check from Joe. Michael really stoic, not moving.
So calculated. Takes such a methodical approach to every situation.
We saw a bit of that on the feature table in the 5K with you, is that some of the players were really rhythmic about how they approached every single hand. It goes check, check. The river is a repeat jack. So now, first to blink.
Exactly.
Over to Joe.
When Adamo checks both streets, Joe should realize that Adamo has some sort of showdown value.
Action on Michael, who is trying to figure out whether his fives might be good. And he's going to take a look and check. So he'll probably be quite surprised to turn them over and take the chips. And he does. I noticed Billy the Croc on the floor before. Is he playing today? The main,
Yes,
the
he's
main
gonna
today,
late-
Billy the Croc. Yes.
He's going to late rage.
When we talk about late reg, right, I've seen a little bit more of this. I was talking to Danny about this last night, about how players are now starting to use the late reg a little bit more, you know, than they used to.
Yes.
You know, a couple of years ago. So I know Ben was telling me that during the 25K, you had these 5 or 6 players almost waiting to time themselves into the tournament. Not quite right, might wait a little bit longer. Tell us how you're thinking when you're floating around wondering, should I reg or should I wait a little bit longer? The advantage, the disadvantage.
A lot of these tournaments, they take 10, 12 hours a day. So sometimes if you've been playing a long series, it's okay to lay reg so that you pace yourself, you don't get burnt out. And mathematically, it doesn't make a difference. Although there's a lot of variance when you late reg.
Yeah,
Because you're coming in with 20 big blinds, you could just do that in one hand.
Yeah. Whereas the deeper stacks give you more time to get your money in good, right?
Exactly. More play time.
Michael Adamo raising it up with Jack 10 off suit. Starting to become a little bit more active.
Give him more chips and he'll be in the most pots.
Round to Paul Hickman, who will call out of the big blind with a weak ace. So we will see a flop. It is a 10-5-6 all diamond flop.
That's an interesting flop.
Yeah, no, neither are having any diamonds in their hands, and Michael striking top pair.
The way Paul's been playing, I have a feeling that if Adamo takes a stab at this, he's going to put more chips in.
Yeah, Paul's certainly approaching like there's no fear in him.
Very active.
So Michael's going to bet, and you were so right, Van.
It's all in.
Look at this. Jammed. Michael's instincts were not surprised by that. Not unlike yourself, he takes a good look and has a think about it. Doesn't like it.
Very tough spot.
But a tough spot with a Jack 10.
Thing is, you're either really behind, you're completely dead, or you're flipping versus a hand like this.
Yeah.
44% equity.
And look at this, he's going to call. So
Here we go.
You and Michael Adamo's instincts are quite amazing. So he's got to dodge an ace or running cards here.
Actually, he's got the nut flush draw, Paul. The ace of diamonds on the 3
so
diamond
the
board.
graphic is incorrect here. So sorry guys at home. So that makes Paul Hickman. Oh wow, a turn is an ace
And it's over.
of hearts, and it's over. So Paul Hickman now doubles up. Sorry, we misread our graphic. I don't think the graphic was wrong actually. I think my eyes might be getting a little bit blurry. 641,000 now for Paul Hickman, and we lose
One of the best players
in the field of the tournament, just like that. You said it was a tough spot. It
Yes.
really was.
It was a tough spot. I actually thought he might fold, but he decided to go with it.
So let's go back to the hand now, knowing that he had the ace of diamonds, because you
I
made
knew-
that.
I
You
knew
made
that,
that.
though.
Right.
I knew that.
Okay, so no magic there. You
No, I
you
knew,
it was,
I knew
right.
he was going to move in with a nut flush draw.
Yeah, right.
And
And you've got the Jack 10. What are you doing?
it's a really tough spot. Like I said, if the guy has you, you're completely dead. If he has diamonds or 2 pairs or sets, and if he has that kind of draw, you're flipping.
Yeah, okay.
So I probably would have just stayed away from that spot, maybe check back the flop. But Adamo took a flip because he knows if he wins that hand, he's going to have 50 big blinds and he's going to be in great shape to run deep.
Fair play. Quite a surprising hand. Paul Hickman's been involved in quite a few hands, and he has an explosive kind of style,
Yes.
I must say.
That's why we love the game of poker. You can have a world-class player versus an amateur. And any given day, anyone can win.
Part of the reason I love the game is I'm in the latter category.
Give yourself some credit, Paul. Come on.
Our man from Japan, Yuta, has raised to 30,000. Round to remain. Who's got ace-8 of clubs in the hijack? It's only got 111,000, so not much.
From what I remember when we used to play home games, you were a pretty good crusher, Paul.
Yeah,
You did well.
I don't know. I think I might have been giving you a little bit to drink before we started playing. So this is something we've seen quite a bit of, players moving in for most of their chips and keeping one. To just explain to our people at home what that's all about.
In tournament strategy, if you're in a tournament, there's always a chance, right? So they leave one chip behind, and sometimes the other player might not put them all in. They could spin up that one chip, run it into, like we see with Paul earlier. Did you notice he had 1 or 2 big blinds?
Yes.
And then all of a sudden it spun up to now 43 big blinds. And that's why...
Keeping a chip.
Yes, you keep a chip behind.
In this case, Ryuta re-raised to make sure that Romain put them all in, and now we can see everybody's cards. Ace-8 versus pocket 7s. The flop comes, there's an 8.
7s need some help.
7 needs some help. The turn, another 8. So the river, a 3. And that will, ace-8 will take the hand down. So Joshua Deuce, 260,000. Romain now with 262,000. Ryuta Nakai with 399,000. Lots of action from the feature table of the $25,000 buy-in at the 2026 Aussie Millions, brought to you by Crown Bet. Paul Hickman in shot, who has played about 5 or 6 hands since we've joined the coverage and got the better of that vacant seat. Michael Adamo, one of the most dangerous players in the field. But I'm sure we'll see Michael again in the main event.
For sure.
He'll be one to watch, let me tell you. So if you get the chance, you try and get Dan and Harold into the chair. That's a tough ask, but they're very elusive. But they're the masterminds behind bringing all of this back. Of course, we've got Danny McDonough. So it feels a bit like the Blues Brothers. We're bringing the band back together. Ben Blaschke prowling the floor like a panther. Ryota from Japan with Ace King.
And he opens.
Round to Romain. Eminem been mixing it up. King 9 clubs. Zane looks like he wants to get involved. Romain with a very charming accent from France and resides in Queensland too. And he's going to get involved.
Comes in for a 3-bet.
Such an early position. Rounder Nick Williams has got King Queen of Hearts, and he's pretty confused.
I think he's going to lane this one down, Paul. See, a lot of players now
Yeah,
in this day and age, they use hands like a King X or an Ace X and 3-bet as a bluff.
3-bet light.
3-bet light.
Yeah,
But
test him. Ask the question.
it won't get through this time. It's going to tank a bit here and put the rest in.
Sending out a warm regards to my wife, our 12-year anniversary today. You can see the sacrifices I've made. Over the years.
Congratulations.
Or should I say the sacrifices she's made? You're right, Van.
Congrats, brother. All the best to you
mate.
guys.
Thank you, mate. I think she deserves all the credit. And I married well, so I should get into heaven, right? That's the goal. And Romain folds. So, as you say, Van, bit of playback here. Oh, action-packed first feature table for the day. I must say, the players are not shy in this 25k challenge.
Chips have been flying. And the numbers in the main event keep going up.
How many we got now?
Right now, we're at 166 with 6.5 hours left of registration.
So how long have we played today?
Since midday, it's 5 p.m. now.
So we've lost a few. We've lost not that many, though, because the structure in the Aussie Millions main event is unbelievable. I mean, I've played it a couple of times, and even a donkey like me can get through to day two. You know, you know it's a really good structure when something like that can happen. You know, the people who are aspiring to play the main event, and, you know, that is the thing that I noticed I would say at the times that I played the game and played the main event, I was probably just above an intermediate level and never really sure of where I sat, but so nervous as hell going in, you know, but you've got so much time. There's so much time to really relax and ease into it, and you don't have to put chips in. You could literally fold a couple of levels and your stack's still there, which is just brilliant. That's the best part of the
It actually plays more like a cash game early on. You're very deep stacked.
Yeah.
You can be patient, wait for the right spots.
For those at home who aspire to play a main event, the best way to do it is go through the satellite structures. There's so many satellite qualifiers over a year. About a third of the field, I believe, are satellite qualifiers to the main event, so that's just remarkable, really. Here we've got a hand between our chip leader, Joe Sandev, with King 8 of Spades in the hijack, and Ryota from Japan has flopped a set of sixes. What do you know? He's starting to run good.
What a great flop there. It makes it even a better flop because the pre-flop raiser is going to try to represent that ace.
Yeah. And Joe bets 21,000, as you state. You are very crystal ball, my friend.
Been doing this for too long. And here comes just a smooth call.
And we go to the turn. Let's see whether it's tempting. Wow, Joe strikes. That'll give him a little bit more confidence.
Yep.
Little does he know. Action back on Ryota. He checks.
And we're just getting the prize money now for the 25k.
We're going to announce that prize pool in a moment. The river, a 2 of clubs, so it went check, check. Now, action on Ryota.
He's going to be looking to get some value out of this hand.
Pot's about 127. We've been doing this all week, me and Ben. I reckon I've got the edge. I'm going to say 60,000.
That's pretty good there. I think 50% pot.
Let's see. I'm only right 47% of the time. Let's have a look. That looks heavier than that.
Yes, he went pot-sized. 115,000.
Wow. Now, Joe, with not much.
The thing is, when players go such a huge size, pot size or more, they represent a polarized range. Meaning he's either got a strong monster hand or he's a complete bluff.
Right.
So now Joe has to
becomes
decide.
more tempting.
Yes,
That's
it's more
ironic,
tempting.
isn't it? For those at home, that you are listening to a surgeon at the table, please. So take notes. These are the things, the little things, and Joe got away from that at that time, but these are the little things that can make the difference between survival and winning against really good players. Is understanding your bet sizing is really, really crucial. Joe Sanders still sits above $1 million in chips, and Romain and Josh are at around about the 200,000 mark. So let's have a look at this 25k prize pool. So I am told we can confirm a prize pool of $2.352 million, and the first prize of the 25k is now confirmed at $652,670, a remarkable amount of money.
Huge
Just
numbers.
a huge amount of money. The second prize is $405,000. The third prize is $250,000, just over $250,000. So, just another event, not to normalise it, where the numbers are really big, the prize pools are very generous, and the players keep turning up and regging, and just keep registering.
It's going to get bigger and bigger as the years come.
It is so good to have the Aussie Millions back. Heart of poker on this side of the world, most certainly, and we're even drawing players from the other side of the world, which is just, it always did, but we're back. 2026 Aussie Millions, thanks to CrownBet. We're looking at the feature table of the $25,000 challenge, and this is day 2. You can hear Danny in the background, Danny McDonough, our tournament director. We've got some pretty big names in the field. Josh Giddey, the superstar basketballer who's got game, and I don't mean that in a basketball way. I'm told from Ben Blaschke tells me he can play, which means I'll never play with him. It folds around to Josh Deuce, who now moves all in for 220,000 on the button. Yutza folds round to Romain, who's got an interesting Jack-10 of spades and 170k.
I think he's going to lay this one down.
Made a bit of a face like he wishes he added the chips to call, but he can't. You are right. So Josh will take some chips down.
Strong play moving in on the button, 15 big lines.
Yeah, no messing around. Just a bit of a shout out to the dealers here at Crown, who many of the dealers have come and gone. You know, this place has produced some of the best, dealers in the world. I really mean that. That's not an exaggeration, but these guys, the amount of players and people they manage on a day-to-day basis over a very long period of time, and they just look stoic and smile all the time and give you their very best. So big shout out to the team here at Crown and the dealers in particular, led of course by the majestic Danny McDonough, who is so transfixed on making sure tournaments run by the clock. It is terrifying. I should really have him as my manager, but I just simply couldn't afford him. We also have a bit of a book going on how many steps he does in a day, because if you watch Danny, it's going to be immediately the numbers went to plus 25,000 in a day. And then he responded by saying, when I asked him, how many you reckon you do in a day? He didn't tell me. He said, is it a day I run on? As in, do I go jogging on that day? So he could potentially make a 25,000 step day much more, because he's an avid runner. I think that one will get later in next week. I think we'll bring in a book on the great Danny McDonough.
Folded to Romain, the small blind. And then he's going to shove, right? Yes, shoves, but leaves one chip behind.
He's done it again. seeing a little bit more and more of this leave the chip behind. Nick Williams here with King 6. He's really thinking about in the big blind whether his King's good. And he's right, so his instincts are confirmed.
Yes.
At 700,000 in chips, and he really wants to call. And he's going to courage
call.
of his convictions. It's a really good call. Courageous. And Romain, who continues to be involved, right, in lots and lots of hands, puts it to the test once more.
41% equity. Anything can happen here.
Let's have a look. Nick slightly ahead. And the flop. 2 Queen 8. So we've got Jack 9's flopped a straight draw. King on the turn, so confirms Nick Williams' hand, and a 3 of diamonds will do it. So I think we can confirm now we've lost Romain from the tournament, and Nick Williams will climb up to 900,000. So we say goodbye to our very charming and active Frenchman who lives in Queensland. I'm sure we'll see him again during the main event. You are watching the final table, and I believe in the place of Michael Adamo, Mr. Marcus, we have another beast. Am I correct?
Yes.
Please confirm.
What I've known about this player is mostly he's a PLO specialist. Plays some of the highest stakes games here in Australia and worldwide. He's done really well in tournaments overseas, and I don't have much knowledge about his Nlhe Holborn game, but I am assuming he's another one of those top players. Very interesting to see how he plays today. Paul, we have someone asking if the main will be streamed on day one.
The main event day 1 today will be live updates through us and Poker News. So we will be featuring the $25,000 challenge, but we will be giving you live updates and editorial updates through our Poker News partners. So that's confirming that. So our coverage of the $25,000 challenge will be what you will see on the screen, just to be absolutely clear, but we will continue to give you verbal updates and editorial updates along the way. Meanwhile, we're in a hand here, Najim Ajez, who's just joined the table.
He's right in the action.
So we've got pocket nines raised by Paul Hickman, Najim calling with King Queen of clubs. We go straight to a flop. I wonder if Najim has played with Paul before, Paul being involved in lots of action before with Michael Adamo. The flop comes Ace Jack 9. Walk us through here, Van. Paul's picked up a 9. How's he going to play?
Yeah, I
pretty
think
aggressive, right?
Probably going to just bet this flop. You notice Paul pre-flop that Paul opened 4 times the big blind, whereas the rest of the players just go for a min raise.
Yeah, well, Paul, you're right. Paul led straight out for 200,000, and Najim had his cards in the muck before it even started. So Najim's instincts right there. Not much on the flop for him. Just a little under $1 million. Joe Sandev still our table chip leader at over $1 million. Ben Pocket hanging in at 375. Josh Dus at 260. Our man from Japan, Ryuta, 550.
I'm really rooting for this Paul guy, Josh. Paul.
Paul Hickman.
Yeah.
He's got a bit of a bang crash style, right?
I like it.
Yeah,
I like it. He's mixing up with the big boys, playing his style.
Certainly
He's
no
having
fear.
fun.
No fear, right? About the way he plays the game.
Why is it that all the Pauls, they play the similar way? Endgame Airlines. Yes, we will have live streaming for the main event 1B and C.
And just like that, Najim has picked up aces under the gun. Makes a small raise. Looks like about 30K. Lines 10 and 15,000. Folds around. Let's see if he's got any customers.
Takes it down with aces. Oh, we got Joe in the big line. He's going to defend. Small line, so Depends just
So we've got some stacks here going at it. So Joe with 987k and Najim very similar. The flop comes Queen Jack 7. So a bit of action here for Joe. This could get interesting.
check by Joe, a C-bet by Najim, and Joe's going to call and see the turn here.
It's 30,000. Joe calling, as you say. We go to the turn. Let's see, this board's quite wet and connected. That turn makes it even more interesting with the club, although Najim has the nut flush draw.
Action killer for Najim.
Yeah.
But I feel like on that third club, he's going to check it back.
Let's see. Action on Joe. He checked. Straight to Najim. He's going to make a bet. Interesting.
Takes a different line.
Some people in the chat asking whether you played the 25k and
No.
are you sitting here as a victim?
I'm sitting here in the commentary booth instead. We'll play the main event tomorrow,
Yeah.
and I might jump into the PLO. Actually, it's going to it started already. I'll be there soon.
Najim takes it down, shows one card, the ace of clubs. So Najim now sits just a little ahead of Joe on the feature table. Josh with the short stack of 260,000, still 17 big blinds, so lots of play. Only a first prize of 650,000 plus dollars, which is just a remarkable amount of money.
Looking at this prize money, I'm just wondering why I didn't fire a few bullets in this myself.
98 runners, Van. I like your chance. Well,
650K.
with your form in the 5K, I have to say, I really
Yeah.
think people should be very wary of you in the main event. But I'm not going to tell them that. I'm going to say you're a very generous guy and that you give chips away.
Thanks, Paul. I like that. I think I might have to give you a piece of my action now.
Mate, buy me pizza with the kids and I'll be
You got
very,
it, buddy.
very happy.
You got it. You got pizza for life with me, you know that.
Absolutely. You want to watch Van online play PLO. I saw that years ago. That
Still remember that, huh?
I think I was holding my breath the whole time.
Exciting.
When we were young.
Yeah. Oh, we're still there.
Speaking of exciting, Paul Hickman.
Loves it.
He's been really action-packed.
My favorite player so far in this event.
He's got Queen out of clubs, and he's raised it up to 30,000. Najim with a quick call in the big blind, so small blind, big blind action. See what happens. Flop comes 9-6-3, so Najim striking top pair. Over to Paul, who checks. Najim, a quick bet. Paul lets it go very quickly. So I expect we'll see these two keep mixing it up. I think that we're going to see more of that action. So this is always
Definitely.
a wonderful precursor. There you've got an interesting stat, you know, who's the most aggressive.
We have someone in the comment, Whoosh765, saying sirens, mentioning my old online nickname.
Yes. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
They know you.
They know me.
They know you.
Thank you for believing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I'd imagine you didn't take any money off that person because there might be a few extra words in the chat.
Yeah. It's always a great feeling when people remember you from the past and your online days.
Oh, there you go. It's a question. How did your name come about? Your online name.
That's quite
come about
interesting.
Sirens. That is a great
That's
question.
a great question.
Oh, is it the kind of answer you don't really want to give away?
No, it's not. It's a two-part thing, kind of like the police sirens, but also what I had in mind at that time was the sirens of the sea.
Ah, okay. How poetic. You're a
Yeah.
very poetic fan.
And you know about that, right?
I do, yeah.
When the sirens of the sea.
That's the thing, though, with Van
They take you
Marcus,
down
for those,
there.
those players out there that want to know, Van's a killer at a table, but he's just a beautiful human being. I'm not afraid to say it.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate it.
But at the table, mate, I think I'd club you over the head with a bottle and just take you off into a cupboard.
Yeah.
That'd give me the best chance of beating you at the table. So Joe Sandev, he's got 927,000. We haven't seen his cards yet, but he's raised it up. We've got Najim, who's called in the small blind for 20,000, but Ben Pocket now in the big blind has moved all in for 360,000. Bit of a squeeze, as they say.
Yes.
And it's a successful squeeze. Both of them wanted to play that hand.
Yeah, great play by Ben
They
there.
look at each other, and Ben's going, no, not on my big blind. So Ben Pocket picks up some chips, moves up to 435,000. Najim and Joe sit atop. Nick Williams picking his spots like his so in relation to your car, no?
No. It's got nothing to It has nothing to do with that.
Yeah. So
It was mostly I picked it because of the Sirens of the Sea. How they,
I like that story.
yeah,
I like that story. That's the one I'd go with.
that's the one.
So how much live play are you playing now? Really? Is it as a percentage of the, are you only a live player now?
No, I play still a lot of online, but I enjoy live even more than before.
Yeah.
So I get to meet people, experiences, travel the world.
And you live in Stockholm and Australia, right? So
A few months of the year I'm in Australia,
back and
but
forth,
most of the time in Stockholm, Sweden now.
Yeah. What a cool thing
Yeah,
for a poker player lifestyle.
the lifestyle.
Yeah. Best of both worlds.
Yes.
So some support in the chat for Najim. We see a little bit of an entourage gathering. Tournament floor buzzing. Really looking forward to getting Ben Blaschke in here and finding out what's going on with Josh Giddey and some of the players out there. Then we've got Nlhe, who was huge chip leader in the 25K. Want to know how he's travelling. Back to our action. Ryuta from Japan with pocket tens, and around to Joe, one of our chip leaders, who's picked up a suited connector. Bit of a question, for Van. I won't mention names here, but somebody wants to know what were the biggest stakes you played when you were a sponsored player?
On Filter Poker, yeah, I play some of the biggest stakes in the world there, actually, with players like Phil Ivey and Patrick Antonius and Tom Dwan. I played
huge names.
501K PLO and the 2,000, 4,000 mixed games.
Look at this action here. So raised by our man from Japan with pocket tens, called by Joe Sander with suited connector. Josh now with ace king 230 in the big blind. What a great time to get that. So goes
going
around
all in.
back to Japan, back to Ryuta.
He's going to reshove here and isolate the ace king.
That's the thinking. He's got 522. Yeah, he announces all in. Van, you are calling it just before it happens every time. Around to Joe, quickly folds. So classic flip situation.
Here we go.
And the all-in player is Joshua Deuce.
Let's pick a hand here, Paul. Who do you want?
Well, I don't like eliminations. I like everybody having chips. So for me, I don't mind if Josh wins the hand, because I think that Ryuta's playing really well. And I think he'll make a comeback anyway.
Yeah.
So the flop comes a 9-5-5, pocket tens are ahead. Josh is going to need some help. He's only got 6 outs. Ace or a king. Turn an 8 of hearts. No help. Now, ace or a king, 6 cards, and the river is a 10. So we lose.
Full house.
We lose Joshua Deuce. And Ryuta picks up some chips, and he continues to climb because he's gone now from quite a shorter stack to about 850,000, and he's starting to challenge our table chip leaders. Let's see who they bring in next.
This Wish 765 has a lot of knowledge about me. I would love to meet him.
You can see the action in the background on the live tournament floor. As soon as we can get Ben Blaschke on the microphone, we're going to find out lots and lots of information. Lots and lots of information. First prize confirmed, $652,000. A field of 98 players started the $25,000 challenge. You are watching the feature table as we get closer. Yesterday we finished up the 5K challenge. We've got players coming in and out every moment of every table. Another player coming in soon.
Do your card tricks. That's
Oh,
what got me
yes.
into Paul, actually.
I remember that when we
That's
met.
what got me
Showed us
into poker.
some amazing magic. In fact, my boys are older; they won't remember that, so we'll have to do that again.
For sure.
So Najim raising it up with ace-7. Ryuta calling with an interesting king 9 of hearts, and the flop coming jack 10-3. So might be a bit of action here. Ryuta checks.
Follow through with a c-bet.
Yeah, Najim fires out.
Check call pretty standard here.
And a quick call. So we go to the turn. Ryuta looking for a turn to help, and it doesn't. 6 of spades back to Ryuta. Action. Checks again. Over to Najim. Will he fire again? Will he put him to the test? It goes check, check this time. The river is a spade, so maybe an opportunity here for Ryuta to fire. Najim with ace high. The door's open. Pot's 135,000. Will he fire? Try and take it away from Najim. He does fire. Looks like a pretty good bet. By healthy, I mean, yeah, and he does. So Najim folding, or does he call? Was that a call?
He called.
It was a quick call with ace high.
Quick call with ace high.
His radar was on, wasn't it?
With the ace of spades, blocking nut flushes.
Najim,
Great call.
Very, very quick to pick that up off our man from Japan. Very nicely played, sir. Some people remembering your old car here, man.
Yeah. I had a Super back in the day.
Stylish. Ahead of its time.
Yeah, I like that car. It's pretty cool. We've got someone asking me advice about poker tournaments and how to elevate your skill set. What a great question.
Go ahead.
There are a lot of tools out there. Not only just books, online software, online school academies that you can sign up for, learn. I think you should just focus on being more aggressive in tournaments. I think cashing is good, but always look for the win. Top 3 is where all the money's at, as we can see here in this 25K, 652,000 up top.
Now, for a player who's sitting at home wondering whether they want to try their hand at the main event, which event in the structure would you first make the jump into the Aussie Millions? This is a big pool. These are aspiring poker players. These aren't the pros of today. They're the pros of tomorrow that haven't jumped yet. And they're about to go, okay, the Aussie Millions is back. I'm going to go in and I'm going to have a go. I'm going to try my hand to see how good I really am.
Yeah.
Out of those events, where do you want to start?
I think the best thing you can do is to jump into the satellites, Paul.
Yeah, okay.
For a very small buy-in, you can get experience, $80 buy-in, and you can play with some really good players, even in the satellites.
Yeah.
And then slowly you work your way up to the phase 2 satellites and then the phase 3. Actually, my uncle won a main event seat starting from an $80 satellite.
Unbelievable.
He went to the phase 2, phase 3, and now he's playing the main event.
That's what you want to do, right?
Fantastic.
You want to get in there as cheap as you can.
And what a
because
story
then
that
you
would
can
be for
enjoy- oh,
someone
my
to
God.
win the main event,
Listen,
coming in from
yeah.
an $80 investment.
I got to say, I'm going to be in his corner.
For
$80.
sure.
We'll have to follow him for sure. We're in a hand here, so Ben Pocket raising to 30,000. Nick Williams 3-betting to 145,000. Ben folding. So a little bit of gamesmanship between the two. Najiz with 1.198 million in chips. Nick Williams now climbing up to 931,000 in chips, and Ben Pocket our short stack. But lots to play here. 98 players. Let me go over the prize pool again. 2.352 million in the total prize pool of this event out of 98 players. Quite remarkable. First prize, a whopping $652,670. Second place is a terrible band-aid of $405,000. I say that very cheekily. Third place is just over $250,000, $264,600. Just huge prize pools at the Aussie Millions, and we haven't really gotten going in the main event yet. We've just started. 173 runners on day one,
And climbing.
We've started maybe 6 hours ago. Only 13 players gone, still 160 in the field. So just fantastic. Back to the action. Najim raising with ace 10, 40,000, looking for a customer.
As Sam Morrison has mentioned in the chat, there's a lot of players who want tickets via free rolls, Paul, into the main event.
That's just
So,
fantastic, isn't it? This is two very experienced players against each other, both catching here. Najim with ace 10 and Joe Sandev with queen 6 in the big blind, so a bit of defense and court bottom pair. Is he going to have a dance? Is it enough?
He might take one off here. Small bet size.
Bet only 40,000, so quite keeping pot control. Is that what you're seeing there? Or
Usually,
thin value?
in the older days, people would bet a lot larger
More than
bets.
that, yeah,
but
that's
with
right.
this,
We're seeing more of this. Lots more
yes.
thinner value bets, right?
because these players
Extracting the most.
have studied these spots
Yeah, right, okay.
with the GTO theory and stuff. Going small is the new norm.
Any satellites left in the main event? Absolutely, right? Absolutely. They're going to be giving away satellite seats all the way up till final day. So
Every single day you have phase 1, 2, and 3.
get in here. $240 buy-in. How many tickets? No idea how many tickets, but
But you're usually getting a few at least.
Yeah,
There's 100, 200 people, even more in every one of these.
well, there was a 10-seat guarantee the other day, and they were talking about 20 or 30 seats being
Exactly,
given away.
yeah.
So get in here. I'm even telling
Get in
friends
here
of
and
mine
give it a
that we're
shot.
thinking about it. So look, don't mess
If
about.
you're a poker player and you're not here into Aussie Millions,
It's crazy.
You're doing something wrong.
Crazy.
You need to be in this. The action is incredible, not only here on the tournaments, but even in the room,
The cash games as well, yeah. There's
yeah.
so much action. So much action. What kind of men turn up here on their anniversaries like myself? You know, just-
Devoted to the
Sorry,
game.
darling, if you're listening.
Devoted to the
but
game.
you know it's my wife, Tennille. She can play. I
Yeah.
think there'll be a condition. It won't be, can you mind the kids? It'll be, can you mind the kids so I can play?
I'm sure your wife's proud of what you're doing, Paul.
Yeah, she loves it. But, you know, I want to remind you that when me and Tennille got to know each other early days, she used to look at me playing and go, how do you play this game? It's so
Yeah.
boring, you know. There's not much happening. And 3 years later, she won herself a ticket to Korea.
She's playing better than you, mate.
Yeah, well, it's not a high benchmark. Oh, look at this. We blink. Paul Hickman moves in on a light bet, on a light raise, and takes it down. So there you see aggression frequency. You can see Najim is really in control of the table now and emerging. We saw a little bit during the 5K. We saw you and Kale, when you were on the
Yeah.
feature table, really sort of almost taking shifts
That's
at
right.
table captain play, right? Where
Have to do
when
that.
Kale was doing it, then you were doing it, and the other players found that very difficult to sort of edge their way in. It's fascinating to watch.
You got a lot of table dynamics, a lot of mental games happening in the background.
Action on Ben Pocket from Melbourne. He folds around to Ryuta, who's been playing really well. He folds. Nick Williams, solid so far from South Australia. Lets it go, as Joe does. We're around to Paul Hickman in the small blind. Almost like a 90s action star at the poker table, Paul Hickman. Levan's favourite player at the table. He's going to mix it up with Najim, and it looks like he's coming in for a raise, I would have guessed. Or is he making the call? We're just waiting to confirm. He raises to 40,000. Najim with 9 deuce. Look at this. Najim really wants to play with him. And he's going to.
He's going to do it. Min raise, position.
These two, this story will continue. Action will be on Paul Hickman in the small blind. The flop comes ace, 9, 5, all clubs. Always interesting between these two. So Paul with the 10 of clubs.
And a check back.
So it goes check, check. The turn, a 3 of spades. So Najim with a pair of 9s and a straight draw. Paul with a flush draw. Goes check, bet, check. And the river is a 6. So at the moment, Najim with the best hand, a pair of 9s. Action on Paul. He sort of throws it in there.
He's like, whatever, let's stab at this.
Let's bet. And Najim looking at
He's
his 9
going to get probably called here.
and Najim can't figure it out, so he calls anyway, and he'll take it down. So Paul, we haven't seen tons of post-flop play from Paul. We've seen a lot of pre-flop aggression, so that was really interesting to see. And there, I thought you could see Najim's cash game and PLO sort of experience at post-flop play really sort of shining through, right? That's where some of the pros that you play with see a little bit further and clearer than most players.
You're right, Paul. That's right.
Always a fascinating game. But what a tournament. We are back at the 2026 Aussie Millions, finally, after 6 years, thanks to CrownBet. We've got partners. We've got Pepperstone, we've got Poker News, and more importantly, we've got Poker Media Australia with Ben Blaschke, he's just, at the moment, looks like a nucleus of information that we're going to get him on very shortly to find out what's going on, and I suspect he's going to do a big download of what's going on, both on the main event floor and what he knows about the 25K not on the feature table. Really looking forward to that.
We're on a 30-minute delay here, right, Paul?
Yes, that's correct. We have to be, so that way there's no information shared. So, back to the action. We're looking at Najim Ajez, and we're looking at Ben Pocket from Melbourne. So, Najim, quite an exciting player, sat down, been involved in lots of the action. He's built his stack up even further to 1.4 million. He's doing it quite easily too.
Yeah.
Fair. So Ben with an interesting 8-3 in the big blind, just electing to defend Najim with an 8-6. Neither player with much. Goes to the aggressor usually. Najim firing out in the small blind, and Ben gives it up. So these are all sort of almost precursors to what might happen later. This is the thing about poker, it's fascinating. The stories build in the hands that always lead up. And often when you've got coverage in television, and in my experience, and I've done a lot of poker television over the years, you'd often choose 11 or 12 of the best hands in a series because you can't sit there covering everything, right?
Yes.
That's just television. But when webcast came along and these kind of broadcasts, it allowed us to tap into the content before the big hand. Because what I always found in so many years is, yes, it was a big hand between two players, but there's almost always a story of several hands that led up to it. And in television, you don't always get that because you can't fit them in. But in webcast, you can do it, you can follow. Even when our webcast ends, we switch over to editorial. Poker News pick it up and you can follow. See lots and lots of detail, lots and lots of information you can see. So when you see a couple of hands between Joe and Najeez and Ben and especially Paul Hickman, and then suddenly there's a massive hand, you've almost got to include those 10 hands before to really understand what happened before.
Right, because a lot of people are wondering, how did this action happen?
Why that reaction? Why did they bet that way?
That there's a meta game behind all this story.
It's the best thing about this kind of coverage is, and what I love about this coverage is, I'm starting to, and have been over the years, say to players who want to get better, watch the coverage.
Exactly.
The information available
You can
here
learn
is
so
so
much.
much better than it ever has been. So
You can learn so much from
yeah,
these
it's
great
terrific.
players.
Here we've got Nick Williams raising it up with pocket 8s and Najim with pocket 3s. Looks like he's on the button. He's going to get involved.
He's gonna
he
call.
calls, yeah. Sneaky here with pocket 3s. They're the kind of hands very deceptive. Round to our
Set mining.
player, Ryuta, who's
think
playing
it's-
very well, and he makes the call. So we're going to have 3 to the flop. So ace, jack of hearts, pocket 8s, pocket 3s. Let's see what happens. And the flop comes. There's a 3, there's a king, and there's a 6. There's always drama.
Najim does it again.
So Ryuta checks his ace jack over to Nick Williams, who that's not a bad board for 8s, right? He wouldn't be thinking it's too
Yes,
bad.
it's not bad.
Probably 2 players might make him a little bit cautious.
Yeah, you could play it as a small bet here or a check. I think he's going to go 1/3 sizing here.
Pot's
Maybe
145. Come on, 65, Nick. 65.
50,000, I say.
Let's see. I'd love to be right against you. once.
55,000.
Ah, you're
I
too
think I'm closer, Paul.
You are closer. Yeah. I would have bet on that. And then Najim makes a smooth call.
Yes. Here we go. I would love to see an 8 here.
Oh my
Max
goodness
Payne.
gracious me. The turn, a 6. Let's see. Now, in the complexion of things, pocket 8 still probably feels pretty strong.
Yeah, I think it was probably better on the flop. Now, Najim could have a lot of 6Xs and he's A6 suited, 6-7 suited.
So Nick looking to play this quite carefully. Checking, bit defensive, not leading out. Najim with the button, of course, always the most important thing that players always talk about when they're experienced is position.
That's right.
Pot's 255, Najim betting 135.
About half size.
Yeah. Bet sizing so important, right? Disguising the strength of your hand or misleading, which is the name of the game. So not trying to give too much away. Strength or value, not sure. And that's what you're seeing at home. You're seeing Nick trying to understand what does that size bet mean in the context of his hand.
As a good player, you always have to be focused on balancing your sizing.
Yeah.
Pick the same line as you're bluffing, same sizing when you have value.
Yeah, right. That way people can't read into it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, Najim continues to take another. I must say Nick Williams probably dodged a bullet there with pocket 8s. I thought he got away from it reasonably well. But Najim now over 1.5 million in chips on his way. And like I said earlier, 98 players started or have regged into this. So 25,000 to play, meaning the total prize pools come to $2,352,000 and a first prize of $652,000 and change. Such a huge prize pool. What a payday. What a payday.
Incredible.
Even the top 3 gets you over $250,000. Incredible.
Yeah, wow. Got a question here from the chat. The difference between online tournaments and live event.
Well, I'll tell you, you can take that one. Because I'll just say the food.
Online tournaments is... oh, wait. We have it hand here, Paul.
Well, I was about to say, does this happen in online tournaments? And then James got aces.
Been picking up some hands, huh?
Yeah. He's not only is he active, but he's also getting the hands. And that's the thing, right? When you're active anyway, and then the big hands come, you don't get a lot of credit for them. So
Dangerous combo.
Yeah,
I
look
think
at-
he's going to get 3-bet here.
this, Jim raising
Yes.
40,000, active, wouldn't get a lot of credit. Ryuta and him have been mixing it up. Ryuta makes a strong 3-bet. Nick gets out of the way, back over to Najim, who's thinking, how do I play this? Now, he's in the cutoff, so he's got position, so he could call. That's
could
one of the
call.
choices. Or he could say, well, is he really strong? I'm going to 3-bet.
I think he's going to go for a small 4-bet. In the poker world, we call this a min-click. It's going to be very small. It's going to
Try
try
and
that.
tempt him.
Exactly. He's trying to entice the other guy to get out of line here.
Right. See what he does. Initially, I thought he might just call, but I haven't been right a lot.
Here we go. Here comes
I'm good
small.
on bet sizing, but that's about it.
Watch this min-click, Paul.
Yeah. So the pot 235. He makes it
310.
310.
Just min-raise the guy back.
Wow, Van Marcus. Crystal ball stuff. This might be a webcast you want to watch back a few times.
The viewers are going to learn a lot of it from this.
This is super stuff you're giving us here, Van. Real insight into how this works. Yeah, Najim is on a heater. That's absolutely true in the chat. Now let's see if Ryuta does fire again at 5-bet, because he's got 471,000.
Ooh, he wants to take a flop.
He's going to call. So now 655,000 in the middle. The interesting thing about this is Ryuta only has 321 behind. So any piece of it,
if he hits a king or queen here, it's going to get bad very quick.
Let's have a look. The flop. A 9-jack ace, all hearts, no hearts in either player's hand. Is that good enough?
That's a good flop for Ryuta. Yeah. He's going to get away from his hand.
Yeah. You can hear Danny McDonough trying to control the room, which is not in control because of the players and the breaks and all of the crazy stuff that goes on during a tournament. We've got the 25K, we've got the first day of the main, so just bear with us with all the action here. We're in the middle of a really big hand here. It's gone 4-bet before the flop, and now a check from Ryuta with King Queen, and like you said, not a good flop for his hand, which is a good thing for him.
Very good thing for him.
And he gets away from it, because that could have been really dire. But again, Najim, who sat down here just under $1 million, is now nearly at $2 million, and he is on a heater. He's getting his hands and he's getting paid off, and credit to him. So he might have taken the action title away from Paul Hickman, who's still your favourite player at the final table.
I'm enjoying watching this guy.
Yeah, it's been quite a field. And Nick Williams hanging in, doing really well. Ben Pocket, I've got to say, very patient since he's been at this table, continuing the form of the 5K.
You notice, Paul, I can tell how all the great players are going to act during the hand, but I can't do it with Paul. Because he's playing lines out of the norm, and this is what makes poker so fun and entertaining to watch.
Yeah, right. And that's the thing, right? You think you've seen it all in the game. You really do. Yeah. And then along comes a person, does something a bit different, throws you off your radar, and just shows you it's like golf, right? Minute to learn, lifetime to master.
Exactly. So again, going back to the question of difference between live and online. Online it's more mathematical, whereas live you get to look at a player, get a feel for the table, you can get live reads.
I go through phases where back in the days, when you had a bit of mix of both, I grew up a live player, but then there was a time when I really took to online, and then I kind of came back like yourself, just rejoining the action. So Joe Sandev is in the big blind with pocket jacks here, so Nick Williams to call 10,000 with an ace-6 of diamonds. Joe Sandev raising it up. I'm sure Nick won't like that. Bit of gamesmanship between these two. Small blind, big blind situation. These are always interesting to me because nobody ever really gets credit for the hand that they've got.
Yeah. The blind on blind battle is
easy to make a mistake, right?
Exactly.
Even to overvalue your hand in a situation and not give someone credit.
That's right. Very important decisions here.
See, I sounded like I knew what I was talking about.
You know what you're talking about.
That's how I got my wife into the marriage 12 years ago. She thought it was going to be an easy ride, and it wasn't. Lucky we got the kids, darling. Lucky we got the kids. Okay, so there's been a re-raise to 70,000, and then wow, look at this. Nick Williams has moved to 240,000. He's taken the bait.
He limp raised with his hand.
Yeah, right, okay. So
raised.
now it looks like aces.
Oh, no, he 3-bet.
He's 3-bet now, so he's limped. He's let Joe raise. Now he's 3-bet, making it look extremely trappy and strong. And Joe's got jacks, so he's moved all in, and Nick folds. So wow, that small blind, big blind situation just doesn't let you down.
It's always exciting there. Kareem, how are you, my friend? Oh, no funny stories today. Maybe we'll do it on another stream.
Oh, you just want to sit with Van and talk about stories. It's one of the best things you'll ever do.
Thank you,
Najim with 1.9 million, Joe Sandev with just a little bit over $1 million, about the same as when he started. Ben Pocket hanging in. Ryuta has had a bit of a ride, built the chips up, given some away. 98 players started. The interesting thing is now we're only down to 33. So we are truly at the business end of this tournament and
Yes.
giving away $650,000 as a first prize.
This is really fun, Paul. It's exciting out there.
It is. Being around it is just fantastic. One of the great things about this broadcast is it sits right in the middle of the tournament floor where all the action is. You can watch the play. The card room is bursting with life, satellites, excitement, people wanting to get into the main event, wanting to know what the news is, wanting to meet the big names like yourself. And of course, we've got Michael Mizraki here, who's probably the biggest name in world poker
For sure.
and has been for a little while.
For sure.
Right?
He's a
It's no accident.
fantastic player.
He's had so much experience, and he's really seen the ups and downs of poker over a long period of time. So I'm really looking forward to catching up with the grinder and asking him about not just his last year, but how he's viewing the game at the moment and where he's seeing the sweet spots.
You know, we used to play together online 20 years ago.
Doesn't
me and Michael.
surprise me, yeah. And from what I understand, Michael had his battling years like most players. So
Of course.
to see him going through and doing what he's done last year, which is quite remarkable, really. That's the only word
Crushed
for
it.
Yeah,
Unbelievable.
yeah.
Great to have him here.
Looking forward to having him, and of course we'll try and get some time with. We'll no doubt get the world champ Joe Hasham. We'll definitely get him. Of course, we hope to be commentating on you some more. I loved the fact that I could call work on you, Van, and you played really well. And I thought you and Cale really entertained us with some
Thanks, Paul.
top-notch poker.
Yeah, it was good. It was good to be on it.
That's another webcast. If you're at home wanting to learn, they're the ones you want to watch. The battles between the really big players and how they navigate. They don't sit back and avoid each other. They go right at each other. It's really admirable to watch. Speaking of admirable, Ben Pocket, who has been really hanging in and doing really well to do it. Stoic raises it up with ace-5 of diamonds. Round Joe with ace-jack. He's going to make a call. So playing it softly out of the small blind, perhaps position playing its piece. Let's have a look at the flop. Ben does have position. The flop, an interesting king 10-6. I pretty much say that every hand. Joe with the nut flush draw. Ben Pocket with ace-5 of diamonds. It's going to be making Joe feel pretty comfortable. He checks now. Ben, the pre-flop raiser, in early position, so being very cautious with that flop. Let's have a look at the turn. Yeah, might be an action killer completely. So Joe now with the nuts, and Ben unfortunately having very little. I'm sure that he's going to try and find a way out of this hand.
Yeah, I think Joe should check again here in the spot.
Extracting chips from the player is the most underrated part of this game. It's not just when you get the good cards, it's how do you get the chips out of the other player? That's half the game, right? So people forget that. They just wait for aces or kings and think, okay, great, I should get money now. But they don't.
But how often are you going to get those hands anyway? You need to be able to play a range of hands and be able to extract max value.
So Joe making a small bet, trying to tempt Ben into raising potentially and maybe representing when he doesn't have it. And look at this.
No.
Ben has taken the bait. He's done it. He's raising.
He's
so Joe
ripping
bear
the
trapping
hand that
him.
Joe has.
Yeah, right. Wow. You got to feel for Ben here. You got to feel for Ben. He's been really patient. He's trying to make a play.
I think there's nothing Joe can do here except call. Call and then check the river, give him one more chance to bluff at it.
A long wait for this to play out. He makes the call. We go to the river. And
Here we
three
go.
of spades. So, like you said, Van, trying to get him to induce again, but does he now value bet? I don't think Ben's going to be any more involved here.
I think Joe's checking to Ben and
Trying to get him to
there's a
fire
very
again.
likely chance here
that
we're going
Ben
to lose
sticks it
Ben
in.
here.
Wow. I would have thought Ben might have backed out, but the truth is he's telling a story, so he
He's
does
trying to-
need to
yeah.
complete that story. And there's nothing wrong with it. like you said, he's
I like Ben. I
representing
really
the
hope he
hand.
doesn't do this.
Yeah,
I want him in this tournament.
I'm on his side. Get away from it, Ben. There's a part of me that really admires him because he's committing himself to a hand and he's trying to represent it, and that's the story you need to do. The only problem is, like you said, this time he's repping the hand that he's got.
Timing is very important in this game.
Yeah.
Will he pull the trigger?
See, I don't have much more dignity. It's easy for me to fold hands. Ben played a great tournament in the 5K, I must say. He's been stoic, and look at this.
Oh, he gave it up.
Good on you, Ben. He gave it up. He decided, and look at this. He'll be so relieved.
Yes.
Good decision, Ben. Good decision. So he's still in there. He's gone to showdown 100% of the time. Incredible.
Very tough there, because he's telling the story, and then right at the end, he changes it.
Yeah.
Changes the ending.
Maybe the instinct.
The instinct.
Must be the instinct that gives it
And that's
away.
another thing about live poker compared to online. You know, you can look at someone and say, "Hey, no."
Yeah, and shame. You kind of get that sense. Good on you, Ben. He's still in with a chance. 30 players remain out of a field of 98. $25,000 first entry fee, and our first price, beg your pardon, of $652,000. It's just huge. We gave away a $480,000 plus first prize at the 5K. It's just a huge amount of players in that van. I mean, you were early unlucky with Ace King versus Kings, but you ran really deep as well. So, you know, you were in and amongst it. Your form's good going
Great
into the
tournament.
main.
Every tournament we've had incredible numbers. The opening event, 2,200 players, Paul.
Yeah, incredible. The Aussie Millions back 2026 finally after 6 years, thanks to CrownBet. Really exciting. Folds all the way around. Much going on in this hand. Around to Joe. Joe's picked up back over to 1.26 million, so...
I come in for a min race here.
And Paul immediately asks, and look at this, Paul picking up the chips and just going bang. All in, $500,000. Over to Najim.
Wow.
Who's picked up King 7.
Wow.
Oh, Najim thought he had kings and he just folded with a smile. Back round to Joe.
Yeah, this poor guy. He's laughing, he's smiling. He just moved in for $500,000, Paul.
And he takes the chips away. So Paul Hickman went quiet for a bit, but then just reminding us that he's still there. So good on you, Paul. 616,000. Najim with a commanding lead. And William Gia, who's new to the table, a short stack actually, 90,000 in chips.
I would love to see Paul on the final table.
Oh, anything can happen. Well, we're not that far, right? 30 players remain. So we are definitely not that far.
We have 180 runners in the main event so far.
That is. And we haven't lost many because the structure, we keep coming back to that. So this is where it's going to be a tremendous week as I cannot believe, I'm still in a little stunned that we're going to be crowning a 2026 Aussie Millions champ. It's just going to be really exciting.
What's your number, Paul?
I said 721.
721.
I said 721.
I went with the magical 777.
Yeah, okay. I hope you're right because your number is a more impressive one. Nick Williams with 551,000, letting King 9 offsuit go. Round to Joe Sandev with suited connectors. Reckon he's going to get involved. And he raises it up to 40,000. Paul Hickman now with ace 10 offsuit. Just a minute ago he raised, but this time he called. Round to Najim. Gets out of the way. Ben Pocket with King 7 in the big blind. Might see some value here.
Yeah, he might put in 20 more thousand and take a look at the flop.
Hearing lots of action as the players move around the tournament floor. So the main event's on a bit of a break now. That's what you're hearing.
Discipline fold there.
He got out of the way. So let's have a look. Paul Hickman and Joe Sandev. Now, Paul Hickman is an action kind of player. Joe a bit more methodical in his approach, but let's have a look. Paul can change gears too. Ace 4-5, 2 hearts. So Paul Hickman striking an ace, and Joe Sandev with an up and down straight draw. This could get very interesting.
We'll get some action here.
Yeah. And Joe bets, comes out and bets 50,000.
I think Paul's just going to shut him down here and just shove on
Wow.
him. Look at this. He won't even let him see the turn.
Damn.
Just straight whack it all in.
Straight fold. So is that correct?
No,
Paul
I don't think
folded
that's
the
right.
hand? Yeah.
No.
Folded the hand?
I think Joe's the one that followed. The graphics were wrong on that one.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe we've had a bit of a mistake there, ladies and gentlemen at home. That's okay.
Yeah, Paul took that.
Either way, I think Paul took the pot down. I think what we missed maybe was the shove.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joe
so-
put in a small bet and then Paul just
shoved, yeah.
went for it.
Lucky you've got us.
But look again, look, the guy had an open-ended straight draw and didn't even get to see the turn because of the style, the aggressive style of Paul.
The question is, if he doesn't lead out for 50,000, what is Paul's move there? Because he tends to re-raise more than...
That's
anything.
right.
I haven't seen Paul lead a lot.
You're right. I think if Joe had checked there, Paul would have just put a small bet out.
And that gives him an
immediately,
opportunity.
And now
right?
Joe
Yeah,
can take a card up to the
yeah,
turn.
yeah.
I like the way you're thinking.
It's only taken 25 years to learn a few tricks with King Gwen of suit. Looks like he's going to, I would guess he's going to get involved. And he announces all in because he's got 321,000. He's under the gun, so
16 big blind shove.
yeah, straight up. Any customers, he says, I'll take it now. Round to Najee's. Paul Hickman with 10-8 of hearts gets out of
That's
the way.
too much to
Najeem
call.
with a weak ace. Probably won't like that size. Yeah, you're right. So pretty easy fold. And round to William Gia, who's got 55,000 in the middle with a Jack 5. Sorry, 55 behind. Pot's 366, and he folds. Does that surprise
That's
you?
a go. No, the guy from under the gun shoved, so he's going to have a tighter, stronger range.
And he's got more time to fold.
Yeah, and
hands
Jack
pick a
5
better hand, right?
doesn't perform well
So
there.
William Gia joining the table, the short stack.
But he has, I think, one round left, William.
Yeah,
he
right.
needs to find a hand in this round. You might see some tighter play than usual here. And don't forget, they're very close to the money, and it's big up top.
Yeah, yeah, really big. $652,000 for first prize, and the prize pool total is $2.3 million, and only 98 players at $25,000. A couple of those players fired second bullets, right? Rebought. Hard to believe players rebuy at that level, but that is the level we're playing at, right? The big money.
Yes.
Action on Cheng Ju, who has joined the table recently. He folds around Nick Williams, around to Joe Sandev, Paul Hickman, Najeem, probably our most aggressive player. He's picked up nearly $1 million in chips since he's joined this table. Really experienced cash game player, PLO player, as Van says, so we get to see it. Now Ben here in position with a short stack, so
Two big
probably not
blind
going to get
raised to
tons
6.5,
of, yeah, he's not going to
yeah.
get a lot of credit. He's got a monster though.
Najeem's going to call this one.
William Gia now. I think he might be, is he looking for value here? So William looking at the clock here, wondering whether this is a moment, whether there's good value in the pot for his hands, and because he's got 9-6 off suit, so he's having to think about it. He's only got 45,000 left. Is he going to wait, or is he going to put it in? He doesn't like this. He's throwing his time
puts
cards
it
in,
in.
buying another 30 seconds.
Does he put it in? Yeah, he did he?
And he threw the chips in, so he's going to be involved. And we're going to see an all-in situation here
Three-way
now.
all-in, yeah.
Three-way all-in. Ben pocket the short stacks, and Najeem could scoop. He could scoop.
Yeah.
Could eliminate two players if he gets lucky here. Ben pocket with the best hand. Pocket kings. William Gia probably with the best value because he had the shortest stack. So there's a bit of side pot action going on
They're
here.
all great guys, but I want Ben to stick around here.
Yeah, me too. Najeem's running hot though, so we'll see if there's an ace on the flop to get it done. 10, Jack, Jack. So King's ahead. Good situation for Ben so far. Turns a 9 of spades, so interesting for William. River is a deuce. That doesn't change anything. So with that, Ben pocket will double through.
And a little more.
And we will lose William Gia. So good job, Ben. Up to 350k.
18 big lines. Back in it.
I believe we're nearly set up to bring the great Ben Blaschke to the microphone and find out what's going on the tournament floor, and he can bring us all the gossip and keep us up to date. We'll be on a break shortly, in about 6 minutes' time.
I'll probably have to leave you soon, Paul, because I have a pot limit on my tournament to play.
Listen, I wish I could just say that once. Unfortunately, I have a tournament to play, so I've got to go.
But I know I'll be back here again with you.
Unfortunately, all I have to say is I need to make a phone call to my wife. I've got to apologise again because it's our anniversary and I'm here.
Are you playing any tournaments at all?
No, I've always, it's an interesting question you've asked. I get asked that question quite a lot. The truth is I tend to go either I'm working or I'm playing, and I've always tended to choose work.
Yes,
it's
I understand that.
Just the nature of who I am. If I'm playing, I like it to be separate from work completely.
Makes sense.
And I can enjoy the game in a different way. So Nick Williams with King Jack offsuit.
Well, you'll be happy to know that the Vic Champs is coming up soon.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be practicing and stretching and use my spiky ball.
I want you in there, Paul.
I do too.
I'd love to play with you some more.
Listen, I'm going to have a strategy if I'm with you at the table. I'm going to have to hug you and maybe put a bit of a choker hold, knock you out for about 15 minutes. It's the only way, I think. Nick Williams here raises it up with King Jack. Quite a solid player. Now Cheng Gu, who's joined the table recently, is making a call out of the big blind. So under the gun with King Jack, out of the big blind defending. First time we've seen Cheng in a hand here, and he strikes. So interesting flop here because Nick's got himself a straight draw and he's under the gun representing a strong hand.
Exactly.
And Cheng's going to defend here with top pair. We know that. So he checks. Let's see how Nick plays this hand. How he, or as I like to say, how's he going to tell this story?
That's right.
Pot's about 105,000 and Nick leads into it for 40. Cheng with top pair now. He looks for chips and it looks like just a call, so showing us his caution. We see the turn is another 9.
Overall, that's a good card for Cheng from the big line. He might choose to bet here or check.
It'll certainly make Nick think a little bit more cautiously on the turn, and he does.
Takes the free card.
Yeah, there's the free card. You never know. And the just like, you know, TV and webcast hands. Someone is up there pulling the strings because that river so far has just never failed to disappoint in a drama kind of sense. For Nick Williams, that is gold. Now, action is on Cheng.
Is he going to try to go for some value here, Cheng?
Cheng might think he's got the best hand with a pair of queens. It'd be very fair to think so. Wouldn't have seen King Jack under the gun, I don't think. Very hard to tell. That's oh wow, look at that.
So now he's trying to he's trying to induce Nick to bluff at it. Well, he doesn't know that Nick has the nuts straight here.
Yeah, that's right.
If I was Nick, I'd pick a big sizing here.
So 185. What's your bet? Come on.
Minimum 150.
Van versus Paul, 150. I say 120. And I'm
Minimum
so going to be wrong. Hang on. What's this?
175. Right?
I don't even know why I tried. 230.
230.
Oh my goodness gracious!
He's
you were right.
Over pot. He needs to do that.
You were right. It was
again.
heavy.
It goes back to that polarizing bet.
And you know the fact that you said that, and then I looked up at Cheng, and Cheng's body language is completely different. It surprised him. He turned, looked at him as though he did not expect that. So that's really good play by Nick. Really just sort of making Cheng think that's what you got to do at a card table. Sometimes you got to do things that the
Yeah.
other player
And
just
that's
doesn't expect.
That's what these guys do best at 25k buy-ins. They put you under
Amazing.
pressure.
Amazing.
They put you on the spot. So now Cheng pretty much has a bluff catcher here.
Yeah. Will he call? That is a question. Big
What kind
question.
of- yeah.
Big question.
Nick is checking back the turn, representing now possibly pocket tens.
Yeah. The thought had occurred to me.
Yeah, King Jack. Sometimes checking back an Ace Queen or Ace King on the turn for pot control, and now going for max value. Cheng has to put the story together.
Really thinking long and hard. That was some bet on the river there from Nick. He takes another look at him. Maybe position might be the reason, but he does not want to let the hand go. He's going to call.
He's going to pay it off.
Yeah, he does. Amazing. And let's have a look at his expression, see if there is one. He just nods politely as a gentleman. I wonder what he's really thinking. Oh, this game.
Stoic from the outside, but inside they're going through many different levels of emotions.
Yeah, Nick now moving back up to 886,000. Ryuta Nakai still hanging in at 321 with Ben Pocket at 350. A first prize of $652,670. And we are now down to 28 players, so we're getting closer every time we call a hand. Hard to believe that we're going to go down to a final table over the next 2 days and give somebody 650 grand. Actually, the top three get over $250,000. Guaranteed. We pay all the way down. 10th is 65,000, so that's not too bad. Nearly triple your money.
Yes.
9th is triple your money.
Let's not forget this beautiful trophy.
Yeah, gotta love trophies. You gotta love trophies. I mean, yeah, my kids are 6 and 10, and we're at that point where trophies matter.
Yeah.
Most of mine are tarnished, and they're for different reasons.
I got 2 kids myself, Paul.
Mate, how old are the kids now?
9 and 10, 2 daughters.
Yeah. We've got to maybe, we'll get our kids hanging out with pizza, and that'll be really cool. No one would have thought that would have happened 15 years
Yes,
ago.
can
when
you believe that?
Absolutely.
Nothing like family, Paul.
No, mate, you'd be a great dad. I'd have no doubt about that.
Same to you, mate. I appreciate it.
Well, I'm not sure how good a husband I am today for our anniversary, but 12 years. But she didn't really wish me happy anniversary this morning. She kind of just went, hey. And I think she might have been baiting me. I think she was baiting me to see if I was going to screw it up.
Yeah. And then all in here.
So, Ryuta, who's had some swings in this tournament, actually. He's come in, he built his stack up and lost a bit, so he's moved in. Nick Williams fold, so he'll survive and take some much-needed chips. Hang in there. 28 remain.
Can I give you a bit of piece of advice, Paul?
Please.
Before you go home today, get a nice basket,
So here's my
nice
problem.
bouquet of flowers.
Here's my problem. This might be making the matter worse.
Really?
I'm staying at the Metropole. Which, of
Okay.
course, my wife, who loves room service, and she's not a snobby lady, that's definitely making it worse. So I might have to ring her and complain or something and make something up, because the Metropole service is outstanding. She wouldn't believe me anyway. How many runners are in the main is a question. So at the moment on day one, 183 have registered already, which is just a fantastic start, and still 168 remain. So such a beautiful structure. It's going to be running all week till we crown a 2026 Aussie Millions champ. So exciting to say. Back to Najim, who's kind of been quiet of late. He had this Uber patch where he was all over it, and now he's raising it up with Queen Jack offsuit. Round to Cheng. Folds, round to Nick Williams.
I
Folds.
think him and the Williams have a pretty good control on the stable.
Oh, this will be interesting. These two have gone at it a few times, Joe, in the big blind with the King Queen of Spades. So he's got him dominated here, and he's able to conceal his hand. Najim with position, the flop, a king in the door, an 8 and a 4, 2 diamonds. King Queen, the best hand so far.
We're going to see a C-red here for about 40,000.
Some of our players showing true camera awareness. Standing right in the middle, and our man Matt in the production quickly adjusting. Ooh. Thank you very much. So
it's gone bigger.
Oh my goodness! So Joe checks, Najim fires. Now normally he's been betting quite small, so
That's
this
right.
is a bit different. Back over to Joe now, who's got a decision on how he wants to play this.
I like the way he mixed it up with a big bet, though.
He calls. We go to the turn. The deuce. Action on Joe. I'd imagine he'll check again. He does. Will Najim fire again? Will he put him on a draw? King 8-4 flop. Interesting. Not too much there.
He might try to rep the king, but no, checks it back.
Yes, and Najim might have sniffed out here. And the river is a 5 of hearts, so it's got to be a bet from Joe now, right?
Definitely.
He's got to do it. It's 257. He's got to bet 135.
I like it.
Problem is, I don't think Najim has the hand to call anyway.
No.
He's really concealed his hand here well because he's in the big blind. That's a great spot to have a hand like King, Queen, Spades and defend, but can sometimes get you in trouble, obviously. Look at that. Cards were in the muck before he even put the chips out. So,
and 130,000.
Oh, listen, I've got some game coming back.
Still got it, man.
Yeah.
Still got
It's
it.
coming back.
I know you're trying to sell this thing that you're not a great player, but I think you still have it, buddy.
Well, I've got to do that so that when I get to the table, I get there.
You're hustling me, are you?
No, I'm just going to put you in the choker hole. I told you. I'm just resigned. There's no way I can win a hand against you. Although I did really enjoy watching you and Billy the Croc sitting next to each other.
Billy, what a character.
We'll have Billy on this coverage as well. We'll have Michael Mizraki. We'll have the world champ Joe Hashem. And we might even have some surprise guests. The next man on the microphone is Ben Blaschke, who's been prowling the floor to get to, gather information on what's going on out there. I can still see Josh Giddey at the table, which is good news in the main event. And Ben tells me just before we started this coverage that he's actually got games. So I'm very interested to see. I like it when players who come from different worlds come in and they've done the work to get their game up. It's quite interesting. It means they've got a true love for the game and they've done the work. So,
speaking of Ben, I think it's time for me to go, Paul.
Is it?
I'm going to hand this over to him.
I'm just going to the audience at home, I'm going to give you a virtual man hug and shake your hand and say thank you, brother, for joining us.
Come
back
absolute
and visit.
Pleasure.
You have a VIP backstage pass to this microphone.
I appreciate it, man.
And it's a short list.
Let's do this again soon.
Please go and win the main event this week. Nothing would make me happier to see you.
Thank you very much.
Well,
thanks for having me on.
The very best. Good on you, Van.
Thank you,
mate.
See you soon. Bye.
And while Ben slips into seat number 2, I'm going to keep the action moving. Paul Hickman, our action man, with Queen Jack offsuit in a hand with Ben Pocket with King 10. He struck 10. Still trying to catch up on the betting, but it looks like it's gone check, check. The turn goes a 6 of hearts. And the action will be on Paul Hickman, who checks back to Ben Pocket, who at this point has the best hand. But this hand looks to be playing passive. Ben has 310,000 in his chip stack. He reaches for some. Looks like he's bet into a pot of 105. Looks like he's bet 50,000. That's what he's done. Over to Paul, who hasn't got much here. 521,000 in his stack. Not really anywhere to go. Paul likes to take an aggressive line. He's shown really good instincts. Look at this. He's going to call. He's going to try and strike gold on the river. Doesn't think Ben has much. The river, a 3 of hearts, that's no help. So Ben's still ahead now. Action on Paul, who checks, and most certainly if Ben here checks behind will win the hand, unless Paul's creating a check raise situation, which I think would be unlikely here. Last time we were in this situation, Ben took a long time and then changed direction, checked. I think his instincts were very good. Here, he's got the best hand. Probably best to check, play it safe, but he's going to value bet. 205,000 in the middle. He bets and Paul quickly folds. So Ben taking it down, and for the first time in a little while, Ben's moving in quite a positive direction, which is excellent to see. He's been very patient, nearly up to $500,000 now. Ryuta Nakai, the short stack. Chenggu climbed up to nearly $500,000 as well. And look who's next to me, the great Ben Blaschke, who's been scouring the floor for stories. So the vibe's been unbelievable, Ben. I've been watching you go back and forth. Of course, I've mentioned Josh Giddey quite a few times because it's not the name that you'd normally associate with poker, right? It's a massive name for this room. We've got lots of massive names, right? I've mentioned them, but Josh isn't one of them. So let's start there.
Well, look, I've just been keeping an eye on how Josh is going. He's obviously not necessarily known for his poker. Of course, he's known for his basketball. I don't actually know how his poker game is, but he did mention in a recent interview I was watching that he tries to play as much as he can. He likes to watch the World Series, and so he said he was pretty keen to get out here for this. He's just bubbling along pretty close to starting stack.
We're going to come back to that in a second, Ben, because we've just picked up here that Ben Pocket's raised that up with Pocket Kings 40,000, and Chenggu has got Pocket Tens in the hijack. So anticipating some action here. I want to come back to Josh Giddey, but I'd also like to start with Josh when this hand is over with a little bit of background on his basketball career for those who don't. Josh is becoming a household name, but there are still people out there that kind of go, oh, I remember that name. Who is that? So we'll get to that in a moment, but there's a 3-bet from Cheng here. So up to 145, and everybody else gets out of the way, and let's have a look at how Ben responds now. There's 425 in his stack, and Cheng has 396, so it might not take long here. They might get it all in pre-flop if there's a re-raise here. Ben's been really patient. You're hearing the screams and the shouts from the back, from the back of the room. Now, is Ben re-raising here? We're going to wait to confirm. No, he's making a call, so he's going to see a flop. Cheng with Pocket Tens. Ben well ahead with Kings. Let's see what happens. The flop, a deuce, an 8 and a queen. So Ben's Kings are best, but it's not a bad flop for tens. It's not a bad flop for tens. So Cheng here could be interesting. Ben checking here to the aggressor. So Ben electing to play his Kings trappy, but look at this. Cheng might be onto him a little, checking to see the turn, a 9 of spades. Don't think Ben can wait anymore now. I think he's got a bet.
He's got a little bit more, a few more outs there now with that 9 landing. He's got the jack, give him the straight.
Action on Ben, 340 in the middle. I'm going to guess 175. Let's see if I'm right. Oh, of course I'm not right. He moved in. He just says, I'm all in now. A really tough decision for Cheng. Look at this. He's asking how much. He might put him on a draw. There's a couple of them out there. Ben Pocket, patient, really laying a trap here by calling pre-flop instead of re-raising. And now Cheng can't put him on a hand. He's going to pull out one of those time cards, or as I like to call them, Video Easy Blockbuster time cards. I really need to stop saying that. They're going to think we're sponsored by them.
He has to be wondering whether he is beaten or if Ben Pocket is playing a draw.
It's a big ask. Takes the time cards back and makes the call. So they're going to turn him over, and he's going to see the Pocket Kings. He's going to need a lot of help. So he's a big underdog here. He's got 11% chance of striking that river. Only a jack or 110 remaining can save him. from losing this hand. But Ben Pocket is the all-in player, so he's the one that's got to avoid it. The river is a 7 of clubs, so Ben Pocket will double through Chenggu. Chenggu hasn't had a great deal of luck coming into this table with about 800,000, and now he's fallen to 76. But Ben Pocket, who's shown a lot of patience, is nearly up to $1 million. So some really interesting play here. Najim still sits on top with Joe, but now Ben Pocket is steaming right ahead at the expense of Chenggu. Now, Ben, let's ask the question. So for those at home who are familiar with Josh Giddey, tell us what he's done in the last few years, where he's come from, and now his claim to fame so far.
Well, Josh is a Melbourne boy originally, who has, of course, emerged over the past 4 or 5 years in the NBA, firstly with OKC, Oklahoma City Thunder, and more recently with the very famous Chicago Bulls. But I think a couple of interesting things. I mean, the Bulls are one of the most popular teams in Australia because the game really took off here during the Michael Jordan.
And I am a Bulls fan for that reason
as
well.
Am I.
Absolutely.
As am I.
Yeah.
I grew up watching Michael Jordan and that double three-peat Bulls team of the 90s. Absolutely brilliant. So I think a lot of people follow the Bulls quite closely. And so it's quite great to see Josh head there a couple of years ago. And he's coming off, his best season yet. The Bulls have some work to do on their roster. They've been, a lot of people would say, mismanaged for a number of years, but they've got a pretty good base with the likes of Josh to build from over the next few years if they can get their front office right, which they are making changes this off-season. It'll be interesting to see. Josh, he's already had a few highlight moments. Of course, people remember the half-court shot against the Lakers.
Yeah, that's the one.
A bit over a year ago.
Yeah.
But he's a triple-double specialist. He's an assist master. He's been a bit of a superstar. He's certainly Australia's most high-profile player right now. So it's great to have him here in the Crown Poker Room in the Aussie Millions.
Oh, it's really exciting, and he was really approachable for the players. But right now, we're looking at a hand here where Chenggu has moved all in because he was the short stack with 9-3, and Ryuta Nakai has called for 36,000 to eliminate. Let's have a look. He's underdog, of course, is Chenggu, but he's going to need a bit of help here. And we might lose 9 or a 3. Oh!
He hits his 3.
Survival, he says. I'm still in this. Chip in a chair. So Chenggu will survive with a miracle river there, really. And he moves back up to 202,000, so a little bit of much-needed chips there right at the end, just before the break. Now, when we rejoin the action, we're gonna pick up there, Ben, on the poker side of Josh Giddey and try and understand what that sort of level is, because that is certainly an area nobody will expect. But we'll be back after a short break here at the Aussie Millions. The 2026 Aussie Millions is back thanks to Crown Bet. You are watching the 25K Challenge, and we have 27 players to go before we give away a first prize of $652,000. We'll be back soon.
Progress. it's relentless. Earned by pushing forwards through the setbacks and the wins, all for an opportunity that others might miss. Two worlds driven by performance, guided by data, insights, and feel. It's never just a move, it's a mindset. Because better never settles. Progress, it's relentless. Earned by pushing forwards through the setbacks and the wins, all for an opportunity that others might miss. Two worlds driven by performance, guided by data, insights, and feel. It's never just a move, it's a mindset. Because better never settles. Progress, it's relentless. Earned by pushing forwards through the setbacks and the wins, all for an opportunity that others might miss. Two worlds driven by performance, guided by data, insights, and feel. It's never just a move, it's a mindset. Because better never settles. Progress, it's relentless. Earned by pushing forwards through the setbacks and the wins, all for an opportunity that others might miss. Two worlds driven by performance, guided by data, insights, and feel. It's never just a move, it's a mindset. Because better never settles. Progress, it's relentless. Earned by pushing forwards through the setbacks and the wins, all for an opportunity that others might miss. Two worlds driven by performance, guided by data, insights, and feel. It's never just a move, it's a mindset. Because better never settles.
Welcome back to our viewers. This is the Aussie Millions Poker Championship presented by CrownBet. We're covering today the 25k feature table. 98 players entered this event. We have 27 left. Top 13 making the money.
We talked a little bit before the break about the world that Josh Giddey lives in, the Chicago Bulls, and his basketball career. Let's talk a little bit about Josh Giddey, the poker player. That is something nobody knows. You've got a little bit of insight here.
Do I?
A little bit more than I do anyway, because when I saw you before we started today, the first thing I said to you is, can he play? And you looked at me with a sort of very definite yes. He's got some game.
But I thought you were talking about NBA.
Oh, okay,
right. So, of course he can.
Is Josh, how's he going so far? You've been watching him?
Yeah, I actually haven't seen him get involved in too many big hands. It's been pretty standard, small pots. He stacked, looks, we just checked it a few moments ago, not, maybe slightly below starting stack, looked like to me, as we see a little bit of a hand developing here. Chenggu all in. Joe Sandev makes the call.
Yeah, just making the call. So round of Ben Pocket, who's got pocket sevens, and he's got some chips now. So Ben accumulating just before the break, and he's now climbed himself all the way back up to 925,000. There's an opportunity to get involved here. He's thinking about it. He's thrown a whole bunch of time cards in.
Tricky one for Ben, because you don't really want to just flat here with Joe still in the hand.
Oh, will Ben participate with pocket sevens? It's an interesting spot here. Joe electing not to re-raise and isolate, simply calling. Ben reaching for chips, might make the call. Ben sitting in the small blind, and looks like he's going to make the call. So now a big pot emerging. Chenggu could triple up if he gets lucky, but he's going to need to get very lucky because he's dominated from both sides, both pocket sevens and ace queen. Ryuta from Japan with 240,000, so not a lot of chips. Sees lots in the middle, but not sure this is the right hand for him. He's thinking about it. Lots in the middle. Little does he know he's also dominated, so he lets it go. Good decision. So we see a flop. Of course, there is one all-in player, but Ben and Joe still got lots to play for. Joe with 1.2 million and Ben with 738,000. Could be a very big pot brewing, depending on what the which direction the flop leads us. Let's have a look as the other players all lead in to take a look at how this hand shapes.
Very few good outcomes for Chenggu here. A 7 doesn't help him. An ace doesn't help him.
He needs a fistful of spades, is my guess.
That's exactly what he'd be looking for.
The flop comes a king, queen, and jack of clubs. So ace, queen, the best hand at the moment. Chenggu might think he's good, but he's not. Pocket sevens has a club. He's the only player with a club, so Ben. But will he get there? Will he be bet out of it by Joe? So Ben checks his sevens around to Joe, who also checks the turn, a jack of spades. So no club. The best hand still in Joe's hand. And the action is on Ben, who checks. Still with the best draw, but Joe with the lead. Chenggu almost certain to be eliminated here, only a 4% chance. And Joe checks as well, so interesting. The river is an 8 of hearts, no club there. So Joe Sandev with the best hand will most certainly scoop unless played out of it by Ben. Action's on Ben, he checks. Figures his sevens have got some value. Interesting spot for Joe. And he checks as well. He's happy to take it down with ace queen. And just like that, Chenggu, who who came to this table not so long ago with a fistful of chips, around 900,000, and he's really gone on a pretty poor run of cards. He's gotten involved in some hands and some really tough spots. We sympathise. He's been eliminated, and he becomes our next eliminated player. Meanwhile, Joe Sandev picks up a really nice pot, moves up to 1.87 million. Ben Pocket's still very healthy at 738,000. And Ryuta Nakai is now our short stack. Once again, we lose Chenggu. 26 players remain out of 98, and this is just a reminder, the 2026 Aussie Millions, thanks to CrownBet, the $25,000 buy-in. Some players are bought in more than once, remarkably. I never get my head around those kind of stakes, but the great news is the prize pool is huge. We're talking about the top 3 players earning more than $250,000 and first prize of over 620,000. We'll confirm that prize pool once again to you in greater detail, but we're getting really close to the money now.
Yet another event we've seen this week where the numbers have comfortably exceeded expectations.
Yeah, this is a really positive response by the playing community for the Aussie Millions, a real resounding shout that they're happy that it's back, and all the events, all the satellites. I mean, we walked the floor this morning, Ben, before the coverage started, and yet again, every day we're seeing lines, right, to satellites, to buy-in tournaments. Today, the first day of the main event, 184 players have started that event about 7 hours ago, and still 163 remain. And that's the great thing about the main event. The structure is 90-minute blinds, and you're so deep, so nowhere to go. Lots of time to get your money in good. It's been happening all week, you're right.
Well, when I walked in today to the room, obviously there's more satellites running today, and the queue before the satellites is just massive. So once again, the line was from the registration desk running, 50 metres down to the cashier. Just that rush in to get into that satellite, because satellite chances are running out now. We've got 2 more day 1 flights after today, and that's your chance. So get in now if you want to play the main event.
Yeah, there was a chat question about whether any satellites remained, and there's still satellites to play. So if you're going to get a piece of it, we're still thinking the field might be anywhere between 600 and 800. Lots of numbers being thrown around. Mine's 721. Van was talking about 777. What's your number, Ben?
Well, it's changing. So I heard you yesterday. You said 721. I heard you, and I was thinking. Funny enough, in my head, I'd thought 722. So we were very similar.
Yeah.
But the more I look at today's field, I'm edging up towards a number starting with 8,
which is just crazy. I mean, it seems crazy because when we first began the discussions around this coming back, I think everybody was cautiously optimistic. I don't think everybody didn't think that the players would respond. I just think that the players have responded with a huge thanks, a warmth, a nostalgia, a keenness to play, and a real hunger. Real appetite is the word that I've been using a lot this week to describe the vibe in the room. We have an all-in, our short stack, Ryuta, moving in with Queen 8 of Spades, and Nick Williams, who's played a pretty good tournament so far, or this feature table most certainly pretty solid, has got 841,000, and he's considering a call from the small blind. Be about a quarter of his stack, and he's got Joe still to act. So position being a really important factor. Really pondering. And of course, we're waiting on the graphic. He throws in a time card. Buys another 30 seconds. And he throws the cards in, so he gives it up. So Ryuta Nakai will take down a much-needed pot and just put a little bit more distance in between him and the exit lounge. 25 players now remain. Every time we look up at that top right-hand corner, we see just a little less. Joe Sandev in really good shape. Najim Ajiz, who really came to the table and announced himself, was involved in lots of hands. Ben Pocket climbing back from the short stack. Some really interesting sub-stories. Paul Hickman, who was Van's favourite, who came as very action-packed and made lots of very aggressive moves with no fear. Very admirable style of play from Paul. We've very much enjoyed watching him play. Joe, much more considered, very methodical, but also picking his spots very well. Some really good subplots here. This table's quite tough. It's chewed up and spat up a few players that have come in very quickly and exited not long after. So, got to be... Well, you always want to have your wits about you, right? The blind spots are everywhere, and I don't mean the cards.
I mean, there aren't too many weak spots in this 25k field. Interesting with Nick and Joe alongside one another, the two of the Adelaide crew together. It's quite a substantial bunch of players up from South Australia.
Yeah, I was thinking there's quite a presence from South Australia, which is very impressive. Beautiful part of the country.
Look at a very healthy poker scene down there in South Australia. It's
I'm glad you brought that up. That's my greatest poker feature. Did you know that? I'm sure you did, but this gives me the opportunity to tell you again that I ran 13th.
Thank you.
In the ANZ PT. My best ever cash in a live tournament. When you've been playing the game for so long, Ben, you know there's few and far between, so you've got to take every opportunity to brag about them. And have a look. As I said it, Ben Pocket raises to 50,000. Paul Hickman smacks it all in for 436. And Ben just looks at him and Paul throws his hands in the air as if to say, did you expect anything else from me? And he lets it go. So Paul, you never know when Paul's going to strike, but he has no fear in using those chips. So he's up to just over $500,000. Joe in the lead on this feature table. Nick Williams with 841,000, looking quite healthy, as Ben does. Anyone can take control of this table, but at the moment, it's Joe and Ajiz who are just sort of pulling ahead and showing a little bit of maturity in their game. You know, that top level that Van was talking about emerging.
We're up to 185 entries in the main event at the moment, with still another almost 5 hours left before registration ends, and of course 2 more flights to play over the next few days. So, yeah, very, very healthy numbers.
And it's hard to believe we'll be saying very soon, getting ready to crown the 2026 Aussie Millions champ. That's going to be a very exciting moment as we rejoin the action. Ryuta Nakai, the short stack, has moved in again for 290,000. We haven't seen his cards yet. That'll come through. Folding around to Najim with a Queen 9 of clubs. And just sort of thinking about it and laughing, and throws them over. So Ryuta, once again, climbing back up. Unopposed, 355,000 in chips. 24 players remain, so every time we look up, we see that number reduce. Tomorrow, the final table of the $25,000 challenge will be giving away a prize pool of $2.3+ million. Here's another player coming in.
Looks like Andy Lee.
And we've got 2 players, and Andy Lee had the chip stack that you were talking about before. He was the chip leader back then, Ben, so we'll need to confirm whether he's managed to hang on to that stack. Of course, anything can happen in this game, but looks like he's quite healthy by what we can see. We'll wait to confirm. We've got 2 new players. Now, in your experience, and you've probably got much more player experience than me, although no need to measure, when 2 players join the table, what's going on in the minds of those who've got the momentum and those who don't? What do you think?
I mean, I think there's just a bit of a feeling out period, isn't there? You don't know anything about, or unless you know the player personally and you've played with them before, you don't know.
It's a bit of a reset, right? You've got to really sit back and go, I've got to start again.
Yeah, because naturally over a few hours of playing with everybody, you start to understand their tendencies, their levels of aggression, how passive they are, how often they like to be involved in hands, how they react to, do they re-raise draws, do they play them passively, all the different...
Start again. Start reassessing. And then, of course, you've got your short stacks who are somewhat relieved because they don't go through the orbit as quickly because, you know, they're less short-handed. Short-handed, the aggressive players rise to the top. So maybe a little bit more time for players like Ryuta.
The short stack is usually me, so yes, I certainly...
Well, I didn't want to say, and to be fair, I live in that neighbourhood too. Well, Frankie B. Always on the phone, like he kind of reminds me of a sports agent, you know, the way he walks, you know, always on the phone. Someone's calling him. He's always involved.
Or a bookie.
Yeah, the information, on you, Frankie. Now, Nlhe, who's got a ton of chips, 2.7 million, likely our chip leader for the entire field. As you said earlier, Ben, you gave us that mail quite early, so he's got pocket fives, lets him go, so showing a little bit of tightness there. Showing a bit of discipline, I like to say. Round to our new player. We're waiting on information. As you can imagine, the information flies around this room very quickly. Folds, round to Nick Williams, 10-8 offsuit. Gonna let it go. Round to Joe. He's got an offsuit connector. And he's going to get out of the way. Paul Hickman with an ace, folds. Najim with a jack-9 offsuit. And he's in the small blind, so we've got small blind, big blind. We've got Najim in the small blind, now around the Ben Pocket, who's got also a suited connector at 3-4 of spades and about 638,000 in chips in the big blind. Van and I talked a little bit about the small blind, big blind situation because of the credibility you don't tend to get for the hands and great ways to conceal them. So many players get tangled up in these situations and then end up marrying a hand that they didn't really want to. But Najim here has elected to raise, so now it's Ben's option, and Ben is going to 3-bet Najim with a suited connector. So this is exactly what we were talking about. It's a bit of guesswork and there's less information because there's some assumptions in these blind situations. Very tough. Ben putting a lot of pressure here on Najim.
Yeah, and obviously Ben wants to mix up a little bit his blind strategy, so...
Najim with a very stoic call, so he's not going anywhere.
They get, these players tend to get extremely stubborn with their blinds too. I remember watching yesterday, Cale Burns did not like a little bit of something for everybody there.
Yes, you took the words right out of my mouth. What a flop. Jack 7-4. And this is where the experienced players navigating post-flop is something that they do so well. They see more than most players. So Najim here with top pair. And of course, he's called the pre-flop raise. He checks and Ben checks behind him. So bit of caution. The turner repeats 7. Interesting card. Doesn't help either player, but it does give information because most likely a 7 would have bet the flop, potentially. So trying to eliminate within their range. Look at this, Najim. Huge bet. So 480 in the middle. Look at that. He's just moved all in.
It's extremely polarising.
Wow. He's just putting all the pressure on Ben Pocket. Did not expect that. So Ben with the 3-bet and now throwing all of those cards in to buy some time. He's got bottom pair and he's got to put 435,000 of chips, which are all of his chips, on this decision. Does he believe Najim? No, he believes him. He lets it go. So Najim taking a big chunk and he turns over a card here. Not sure which card he's showing because the camera's just out of the shot there, but a little bit of gamesmanship, not a surprise. So you see Nlhe atop with 2.6 million. Najim with 1.7. Ben Pocket now slips a little back to 433. Ryuta still the short stack at 355. The main event, 185 on the first day, and yet 163 still remain. Plenty of chips in play. The main event will go literally a week from today. We'll be getting ready to crown a champion. That's how long it'll take to win this thing.
Well, we've got these 90-minute levels, which are great. They provide plenty of play.
There you go. We've got Kei Tanaka, who's joined our table. He's got a massive amount of chips too, 2.1. He's got ace-10 offsuit, and he's going to raise it up. Makes it 50,000. Blinds 15 and 25, so doubles the big blind. Bit of pop control. Early position. Round to the button. Folds. Round to Ben in the small blind. We'll get out of the way. And around to Nlhe, the big stack at the table with King 9 offsuit, and they're going to play. So you've got the two big stacks going at it.
Once again, it's defending that big blind, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, wow.
Nice to be Nlhe.
The flop comes 9-9-3. He quickly checks over to Kei Tanaka, who's got ace-10, and he cautiously checks back. The 10 and ace. Of course, it's an ace. You could have scripted that. A turn, an ace is going to cost Kei Tanaka some chips. Now, how does it play out? So, it's a check from Andy with his trips, and this time it's a bet from Kei Tanaka for 35,000. So it's only a very small bet. Bit of a feeler. Trying to extract some information. Now Andy's going to have to declare something.
Well, he's certainly not folding. You know that much.
And that's exactly what that bet's designed to do, right? He's asking the question. You got anything over there? The answer is, yes, I do. Andy looks like he has raised to 145, trying to entice Kei Tanaka into some action here. Puts him on the ace. He's correct too. Now, Guy's starting to wonder what is going on. What were you concealing? He asked the question with the small bet. He got an answer, and he's going to call. So we're going to see a river. He's going to need to see one of the two remaining aces if he wants to win this hand. He doesn't. So Nlhe will most certainly win the hand. The question is, how much is it going to cost Kei Tanaka? 430,000 in the pot. Two big stacks going at it. The two new players at the table too. I'm sure the rest of the table are intrigued and watching on very cautiously to see what information they can extract from our two players. As you can hear in the background, we're losing players. Up in the top right-hand corner, the field has gone down again to 23 players. So close to start to talk about the money, and the money is big. I'll just leave that aside for a moment. Action is on Kei Tanaka.
It's like a pretty... It's becoming a hefty pot already. 430,000 in the middle. Looks like a bet out from Andy. Substantial.
Oh, we missed that. Okay.
575,000.
That is a big bet. That's over pot size. Look at this. He's putting in the time card. And that's fair enough, right? Like at the end of the day, what could he possibly have here? And the difficulty, of course, is Andy was in the big blind, so really difficult. And look at that. Not being too stubborn. That's pretty impressive. He folds an ace there on the turn. He considers himself beat. And Nlhe now stretches further ahead to 2.865 million with a great flop against Kei Tanaka, who sits behind him at 1.89 million. Ryuta Nakai from Japan, their short stack at the table. Still hanging in though. 23 players remain, not so far away from the money.
Yep.
Big money. And none of it comes to us.
Doing this for free, are we?
No, never. Never for free, Ben. But we are very cheap.
That is true. That is true.
It's going to cost me, though. For those at home who don't know, it's my 12-year wedding anniversary. I love you, darling. Thank you for letting me work at the Aussie Millions tonight.
Where else would you rather be?
Well, the only question is, if I said, I'll go home, don't worry, she'd say, okay, well, then I'll go to the Aussie Millions, because she can play too. She's got a bit of a bug as well. It's not a bad player either. I've got to get Tyron crossed on the former champion, the Aussie Millions champ, because her and him got involved in a hand, and she still remembers it and talks about it. Tyron won't remember it, but I've got to remind him. We'll see if we can get him on the air. So back to the action. Nick Williams with pocket sevens, raises it up to 50,000. Round to Andy, the big chip leader, folds. Ryuta, the short stack. The king 3 in the big blind. Tempting. And he's going to call, see if he can flop something, make something happen. So he's behind in this hand. Well behind. Can he catch up? Oh, wow. Nick flopping a monster. And Ryuta's got a little piece. He checks. Over to Nick, who's got a set. He's not going to slow play it. He's going to put a bet out. There's 140,000 in the middle. Probably a tempting bet from Nick. 30,000, very small bet. Really trying to extract some value here, and he's going to do that. That's worked. See, the turn is a 4 of hearts. No help, of course, to Ryuta, who is in big, big trouble here. Trying to get away from this hand. He checks in a rather awkward fashion. Over to Nick. 200,000 now, so a considered bet on the flop. Little value bet, trying to get him in to call, and it worked. Let's see if Nick can extract any more from Ryuta.
Nick certainly,
this time a bit bigger, and Ryuta folds. So not too bad from Nick there. Flopped a monster, got a little bit of coin out of it, and you can see some aggression here. So Nlhe, the most aggressive player at the table, followed by Kai Tanaka, the big stacks, of course, and Jim again with the big stacks. Ben Pocket hanging in. Van Marcus was telling us a little bit about how the aggressive players are the ones that capitalise. They tend to be, wider ranges. They don't wait for the big hands because they can make chips other ways, and that's really the aspiring poker player needs to understand. We were also saying that the information available when you're watching these webcasts is probably the best educational tool for the player who wants to get better. Watch these players, watch these, how they play, what they do. Pick up what you can, then come down here and reg for a satellite, because there's so many satellites and the main event is going to be massive.
yeah, I mean, it's certainly watching these players over the past few days, watching the 5K yesterday, past few days as well.
Yeah.
Just feel like picked up so many interesting little tidbits, little bits of information about how these players approach certain situations.
Najima Jez raising it up to 50,000 in the hijack, folds around, looks like he's going to take it down unopposed. So Nlhe on top, our short stacks Ryuta, Ben Pocket slipping back to 418,000. Paul Hickman, action-packed Paul Hickman is at just over 500,000, like his game very much. On our way to crowning a champ of the 25K. We might confirm that prize pool shortly once we can get all that information of the payout structure. Prize pool's over 2.3 million. Top 3 players will earn over $250,000. First prize is over 600,000. Action on Joe Sandev. 1.8 million in chips. He's got a very attractive suited connector. When I say that, they're attractive to most players. Like to play suited connectors to attack. He raises it up and he's under the gun. So bit of trickery here. There is the prize pool. Thank you, Maddie, confirming. And look at this, Ryuta The short stack has pocket kings. Pot's 115,000. Not sure how many moves he's got. Look at this, he moves all in. So it's going to go back over to Kai Tanaka, who folds. Round to Nick Williams. He also gets out of the way. So now the question is, does Joe call here, knowing he's likely behind with this kind of hand? That's 235,000. That's quite a bit, but because he has 1.8 million, could be potentially, you know, he's doing the maths. He's going to the pot odds there. You know, he wants to call, I think, but the right thing to do is fold, and that's what he does. So Ryuta hanging in there, getting a timely pair of pocket kings.
Just a little bit rich there for Joe to
Just a little.
speculate.
Just a little. But he has a stack, right, so it's tempting there, but he's showing good discipline. So payouts up to 13th place. So we are only 10 places away now from starting to give money away, and the first payout between 12th and 13 is $56,450. First prize, $652,000, and we'll go through all of those payouts as we get closer. Prize pool 2.3 plus million, and the main event has begun.
Top 7 players in this event will earn over $100,000.
Yeah. Over to Paul Hickman, who just moves in for $500,000. We haven't seen his hand yet. Ben pocket folds, pocket fours. Round to Ryuta with ace-8 and a quick fold. Round to Kai. He's got 1.8 million. Lets it go. Nick Williams. Having a think. Now, Nick's got about 896,000 in chips, so he must have a hand here to consider. Come on, pick a hand, Ben. What do you reckon he's got?
Well, he could be having a think with a hand like 8s or 9s, maybe.
I'm going to say ace-10, ace-jack.
Ace-jack was also a thought.
I don't think in my entire life of poker I've won with ace-jack.
Never, no. Or jacks.
Best way to play it is not to play it. Let's see. So Paul Hickman, who has moved in for just over $500,000. Nick Williams is in the small blind and pondering. He still has Joe behind him. He throws in a time card.
Even if he has, you know, ace-queen even, it's a tricky spot because it's quite a substantial part of his stack. Still, I mean, a little over 20 big blinds that Paul's moved in with.
Big hand here.
I'm sure he'll show something completely different to what we've put him on, so this tends to be the case when you speculate.
Really, really long, hard think about this. I mean, it is more than half his stack, so it must be a very good hand. As time goes on, I'm starting to think it's a better hand. Might be ace-queen. I mean, Paul has moved in under the gun, so position tells you strength, represents strength, but it's hard.
And it's much easier to shove with ace-queen than to call with
Call with
ace-queen, that's for
ace-queen,
sure.
absolutely. One of the first things I ever learned. Not sure it saved me any money, or I could remember it in the moment.
One thing I do know that is if you've got ace-queen, it's definitely going to come 6, 7, 8 on the flop.
Yeah.
That is a rule of poker. It has been predetermined.
And he lets it go, so Paul Hickman going to take it down because Joe will get out of the way. I'd be very curious as to what he had. He looks almost disappointed, so maybe Paul had a monster. We don't know, but either way, Paul takes it down very nicely. Now, do we know whether Michael Mizrachi is playing today? Possibly the best player in the world. He's here at the Aussie Millions, so is he scheduled to play today, or is he?
I haven't seen him.
I haven't seen him either, so he might be playing day 2, 1B or 1C.
Possibly, yeah. I
Haven't seen Joe.
had a look around, haven't seen Joe.
And I don't think Van's playing today. He's playing tomorrow. He confirmed that earlier on.
I mean, looking around at the moment to some of the players that are in the main event, we've got Malcolm Traynor, Jared Thatcher, I can see not too far from us, Nelson Dong, just scanning the room for a few more faces. I saw Sean Ragazzini earlier taking his seat. So we've got about a dozen main event tables in this room where we are seated in Echo State, but there are another 7 or 8 tables in the main poker area as well, so we don't have a view of them. That's a bit of a distance from where we are now. So there's quite a bit of action over there. I saw Marco Perry playing over there earlier. I'm just trying to see who else we have. Of course, Jackson Young, our co-commentator.
Is he playing now?
He's playing now.
Let's keep a close eye on him.
Yeah, we've got Sammy Lucasano sitting over there.
So I'm getting the mail, and we need to confirm this, that Michael Mizrachi is already busted from the main.
There we go. Might be why I didn't spot him in the field earlier.
This is a game, isn't it? It really is a game.
We will have to get the grinder onto the stream this week.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get the grinder, we'll get Joe, we'll get Billy the Croc. Van will come and join us again, and whoever else. I think, Ben, we're going to have a few surprises this week for sure. The pot has gone to the turn here between Joe Sandev and Paul Hickman. But it looks like he's going to take it down, which is very good news. Ryuta still the short stack, 350. Ben Pocket at 418. Paul Hickman at 600,000 now. Nlhe sits atop, 2.8 plus. 23 players remain. We are 10 off the money. Those payouts, as you said, everybody above 7th place will earn more than 100,000, but the really big paydays are at the top. So 3rd place, $264,000 plus change. 2nd, $405,000 so plus change. And the last and no means least payout, or the first prize, $652,670. Just a remarkable event, 98 players and a 25k challenge here at the Aussie Millions. And the main event, day 1, has begun. It's a really full, exciting room, bubbling with pros and amateurs and satellite winners and high-stakes players. Just everything here. Action on Nick Williams. Queen Jack offsuit. Looks like he's going to raise it up in the cutoff. And he does to 50,000. Folds around. Rounded Najim. And he's going to get involved. He's in the big blind to defend, so him and Nick will go at it. Pot's about 140,000. Flop comes, ace in the door, 7 of clubs, and a 9 of spades. So Nick Williams not with much there. Najim striking his ace, but in the big blind, so action on Najim. Looks like a check. Round to Nick. Will he now continuation bet and represent that ace? Doesn't do that. He checks. Proceeding with caution. Turn to 3 of diamonds. Checks again. Najim trying to get Nick to bite. Nick thinking about it. Najim very quickly checking there. So really trying to give the impression that he's not representing the ace. Deception. at its very best, but Nick continues to proceed with caution. The river is a 2 of diamonds. Now Najim will no doubt think he's got the best hand. 230k in the middle. Trying to figure out what Nick's got so he can extract the most amount. And let's see what he bets. Oof. That's looking hefty. Looks like an overbet potentially. Trying to look like he's making it look to Nick like he's trying to steal it. 175,000 is a big bet there.
Yeah, he's gone pretty strong.
And look at that. That is exactly the impression he's giving Nick. I mean, Nick's got queen high, but did you see his face? For those at home, he's really sceptical, and that's kind of what Najim's trying to do. He's trying to get him to believe that this queen, you know, that queen high could be good. I mean, he's not folding. That could be a bit of posture, I'm sure, but maybe he's making it look curious, throwing in a time card, doesn't want to give away the strength of his hands. What are you thinking, Ben? Come on, tell me I'm right, tell me I'm wrong.
I mean, he's obviously thinking, could my hand be good? Could queen high be good? But I don't expect him to make the call, but it's certainly worth a thought. The way Naj played that was to give him the opportunity to think about that.
Yeah, he lets it go, so he's not going to be too stubborn. I'm sure he'll go back and watch the webcast to find out what was going on.
Well, I mean, he obviously knows that Naj is very capable of betting air there.
Yeah. Well, 23 remain. Smiles all round, of course, when the hands aren't being played. Sometimes they are. Looking around the field, quite an exciting field. We just heard that Michael Mizraki is busted from main day 1. I'm sure we'll be playing a little bit of poker this week, the grinder, but we'll make sure we get him on the air. Possibly tomorrow, Ben. We might get him on when the final table of the 25k.
Yeah, we're interested to get his thoughts on some of the hands that we see play tomorrow in the final table.
Very interested to hear how he's going since all of this glory has followed him. Nlhe, the chip leader at this table, possibly the chip leader of the field with that stack, has raised it up with ace-jack, around to Kai Tanaka with a raggy 5-3. Nick Williams. Folding, round to Joe Sandev. He's got an interesting king 10 of spades. He's in the cutoff. It's Andy under the gun raising. And he likes his hand here. He wants to call, get involved. Round to Najim. And he's got a queen 9 off suit in the small blind. He looks interested. But he elects this time, possibly position. Round to Ben. In the big blind, he will get out of the way. So 2 to the flop, Nlhe with 2.8. Joe Sandev with 1.6. Flop comes ace, queen, 9, all diamonds. Neither player with diamonds. Nlhe, top pair. And Joe Sandev with a straight draw. No outs to the diamond. It goes check. And check. Both players proceeding with caution. Turn is an ace. So Nlhe, best hand. No outs to the diamond. Joe still with the straight draw. No outs to the diamond.
Of course, the jack would be a bit of a disaster for Joe if he hit it. Unless it was the diamonds, that would also save
action
him.
killer, right? Yeah. And a bet. Pot's 165. Looks like waiting to confirm Andy's bet. 65,000, so a value bet. Trying to get Joe to call. Joe taking his time. 23 players remain in this field. 98 started. First prize, $650,000 plus. This time, You know, Joe's game, very, very methodical, very considered, really patient, takes his time, got to say that. And there you go. So you can really see some of the players like Najim. He only gets to the showdown 25% of the time. He wins his hands before showdown, which is really, really powerful because you're not giving away a lot of information. And that is very difficult for your opponents out there if you're winning hands and you're not getting any information at showdown.
Comment from Dinesh. Yes, this is the 25k buy-in.
Yeah.
Here at the Aussie Millions.
$25,000. And some of these players have rebought.
Yep. They certainly have.
I say it 10 times a day. I still can't get, really, I cannot get that, you know, my head around that all the time. But it's awesome to watch. Action on Nick Williams. Throws away a 3 deuce of hearts. Round to Joe with an ace 6 of hearts. He raises it up to 50,000. Doubles the big blind. Keeping it pot control. Najim with Queen Jack of clubs. He likes this hand. He reaches for some chips. That looks like a 3-bet. And he's got the button, so why not? He has position. He makes a 3-bet. Or a re-raise. 2 big stacks here. Makes it 140,000 to go. Action back to Joe now. Will he oblige? Given that Najim has position and plays it really well, by the way.
He could consider a 4-bet with his suited ace.
Yeah. Throws in a time card.
He may prefer, though, if he's he had a 2, 3, 4 or 5 rather than a 6, maybe a little bit more attractive. But he can 4-bet and fold to a shove.
Look at this. Just like Van Marcus, Ben. He was calling it before it was happening. He re-raises to 350,000. I'll tell you what, I need to do some work on my game. You and Van are aligned. The world's upside down. I'm nowhere near it.
Well, I'm well aware of what players can and perhaps should do at times. Whether I actually can do it myself in the heat of the battle is a different thing.
Hey, I am in that neighbourhood for sure.
There's a reason I'm sitting here with you, Paul, and as much as I'm enjoying your company.
I don't take it personally, my friend. He has called now Najim with position and a suited connector, so this will be very interesting. 750,000 plus in the middle. 2 big stacks going out. This could be a really vital hand in the context of the game. An ace in the door, a 9, 3, 2 clubs. That has got everything on it. So Joe hits top pair, Najim with kind of the flop that he would have been after. This could get really interesting now. Action on Joe.
765,000 in the middle already.
What's the bet going to be? Protective, right?
Be smallish.
85,000. That is an interesting bet into that size pot. It either reeks of strength and value. Look at this. Now. Nas just calls. Wow. Just cautious. Turns a queen. So Nas's hand gets stronger now with more outs.
He does have the world there, doesn't he?
Yeah. Even though he's still behind, he's going to feel really strong here. Action on Joe, who's still ahead and still almost a 60% favourite to take the hand out. But Naj has position and a hand that players tend to feel stronger with this kind of hand, even though they're slightly behind. These are the ones that people can lose, especially at cash games. People lose money on these hands because they definitely feel stronger, like they've got options. They might hit. But make no mistake, Joe is still in the lead. He checks here. You're hearing some action, so the main event is now on a break. Action is on Nlhe. And he checks. What is the river? A 5 of spades. So amazingly, Joe's ace is good here, but that doesn't mean much. These two stacks could be, anything could happen. Actions on Joe. Nearly $1 million in the pot. Going to really matter.
It'd be fascinating to be in Joe's head right now and to be analysing what could Nlhe have.
Yeah.
What did he 3-bet with pre-flop? Call my 4-bet. Call my flop bet.
Joe's going to bet.
Check back.
And it's bet and called very, very quickly with the queen. So I'm not sure of the amount yet. It looked like 90,000. It was only a small bet, probably a blocker a little bit. And Nlhe quickly called because his queen has showdown value and he doesn't quite get there. So Joe Sandev, a really nice pot there. That's going to take him up to 2.2 million. Andy Lee still on top on 2.9. Joe with that big pot, and Nlhe now slipping to 1.4 for the first time. We haven't seen him really go the other way. He's pretty much accumulated chips since he got here onto this feature table, but a really important pot between these two. Very interesting. Thank you, Poker Gods, for flopping a very interesting draw.
Now, the first time I covered Joe playing in a tournament was maybe 4 years ago up on the Gold Coast, and I remember distinctly that he was extremely keen to avoid me having report on him. He didn't really want his name out there. Unfortunately for Joe, he spent the past 4 years winning everything.
You can't avoid that.
And it's quite clear to me he's given up worrying about his name being out there.
You can't have both ways. He was a bit weird when I asked him his full name and where he lived, but he was kind enough to share. So thank you, Joe.
I think he's accepted his own fate, that if you're going to be...
Yeah, he's just not comfortable with it, is he? Some are more comfortable than others.
He's been very successful down there in South Australia in the Stacked Poker Room. Great little poker room in Adelaide, North Adelaide there. He won the main event in the, I think it was the Stacked Poker Championship. They've got a few series down there each year, so
yeah.
Joe's had some very good results there, and he's also performed very well in some high roller events around the local Australian tour. Very, very accomplished player.
For those at home who wish to have and have aspirations of becoming a great poker player, these are the players you need to watch and learn from. We're in a hand here between Najim and Rita from Japan, who checks over to Nlhe in the cutoff. He's going to bet. We don't know Naj's hand here, but the flop come King, Jack 4, takes it down. So those who are aspiring poker players, really, they're the ones that are watching very closely. And these are the broadcasts that can really teach you. You know, these are great players. They've got lots of game. I know my nephew Noah, who's in Vietnam right now, listening into the coverage. He's got the bug. He's definitely a lot like his uncle. Loves the games, very interested. He's got a bunch of mates. They play together. So shout out to my nephew Noah, who unfortunately for you, Ben, is also a Man United fan, thanks to me. Now, I think, with no blushes, the game was more of a relief for the United fans that we qualified for Champions League, but I did think it was a handball.
I'm a Liverpool fan and I know it was a handball.
It was a fingernail. I mean, we needed Snicko, really. I mean, if that was at Anfield, it gets overruled. It's that simple. It still
Possibly.
happens.
But then, I look back at some recent decisions. I think about the Luis Diaz no goal against Tottenham.
Oh, my goodness.
I look at the Martin Odegaard basketball play that wasn't called. I look at Jeremy Doku putting a foot through Alexis McAllister's chest.
I remember that, man. Now, I would like you to know that my nephew has messaged me to say total handball, but he's also put glory, glory, Man United. So he understands. He's taken it on. It'll be an interesting year next year. Perhaps this time next year, you and I might be sitting further apart or closer together, I'm not sure. Rejoining the action, Kai Tanaka, who's got 1.8 million in chips, versus Najim Arjez, who's gone through different phases of activity, very active, and then sort of quiet a little bit in the middle. Interesting board. Turning a flush draw there, Kai. Checking, round back to Nlhe. Probably pondering a bet at this pot, 140,000. Goes check, check. River gives Kai Tanaka a flush. Nlhe with not much, so how does he extract anything? He's going to make a bet here, but I'd be very surprised if Nlhe bites. Makes a bet. Nlhe here, only way of winning here will be raising. Nlhe looks a little disappointed for the first time because his chip stack went down for the first time. He's going to let it go, but you can see that his body language says, I'm a bit disappointed, need to get those chips back. There's a hunger in poker players that they just want to get that back. Nlhe sits atop at 2.9 million. We have lost another player. We are down to 22 out of 98. Remembering everybody at home that this is a $25,000 entry. Make no mistake, it is huge. Some of the players in the first hour rebought, amazingly. So top 13 make the money. First payout, $56,000 plus, but the first prize. One of these guys is going to take home $652,670. An amazing amount of money. And day one of the main event, 10,500 entries, started today, right in front of us. 185 runners on day 1A, and we still have 156. We're calling it now. 1 week from today, we'll crown a champion. We think over 700 players in the main event, possibly more. This year, the return of the Aussie Millions after 6 years. So thank you to Crown. Thanks to Crown Bet, bringing it back. Really great job to Harold and Dan, who've done a tremendous amount of work. The very famous Danny McDonough, with his amazing amount of steps per day. One of the best TDs in the world, has joined us, or rejoined us. He was here when the poker room was like 6 tables. And take a good look at that chip count. One of these guys could be nearly $650,000 richer very soon. I know these are high stakes, right? Total prize pool, 2.35 million, and only 22 players. So top 13 make the money, Ben.
I was just talking to Danny McDonough, so obviously 98 entries. Danny was telling me that we're just trying to figure out exactly how many of those were re-entries.
Yeah.
It's a little bit difficult to calculate the way they do it here, but 59 unique entries returned today. Danny said a couple of those may have been players returning. He thinks there are around about 62 unique players in this.
So two-thirds of the field have bought in and then re-entered. Some of those have re-entered.
Well, possibly
and there's some satellites
more than a
in
third.
there. There's satellites in there as well.
A couple of satellites.
Yeah. Hard to believe that the grinder, probably the best player in the world for the last 12 months, possibly longer, Michael Mizraki, has busted from the main event, but he will be joining our coverage. And I'm really keen to ask Michael about his last year and the last couple of years. And like I said earlier, you know, Michael's a man that has seen all sides to this game, so really interested to see. I've got some gossip on him as well, but I'm not going to share that until we get him into the chair, and then hopefully I'll tape him to the chair so that he doesn't chase me around when I stir him up about some of the stuff I've got. A hand here between Nick and Joe. Flop comes King 6-3. It's a rainbow flop. Both in the same neighbourhood. Nick with the shorter stack. Joe continues his very calculated style. Really thinks through his hands. He takes his time, and you can see it in his eyes. He's really pondering all possibilities. The man next to him to his left, Mr. Paul Hickman, he's Van Marcus's favourite player from today because a little bit more unorthodox, but incredibly courageous. It's been a great feature table today as we head towards a final table for the 25K tomorrow. And tomorrow's coverage, we're going to give away $650,000 plus more. Second prize, nearly just over 400 grand. And third prize, over $250,000, 264,000.
I was talking to, I won't name the player, but I was talking to a player last night who...
We're protecting the players at all times.
Bought into the 25K and busted pretty quickly.
Right.
But happened to have 5% of the winner of the 5K last night, which amounted to about $24,700.
No way. Oh, wow.
So they took that money and bought in again.
Again? Are they still in the tournament? Oh. That would have been something, wouldn't it? Well, at least he had a second crack.
Exactly.
He or she, I should say. Ben Pocket with pocket nines, raising it up to 50,000. Round to the big stack in Andy Lee. Both of these players have been quiet of late, but Andy's going to get involved, making the call. So Ben Pocket with only 300,000 in chips is taking on the monster. Oh, no, I stand corrected. Andy Lee has made a very careful and considered 3-bet, so re-raising the short stack. Over to Joe, who's got pocket sixes, and he's very curious, but I think with the action, yep, he lets it go. That's not a surprise. Over to action man Paul Hickman, gets it out of the way. Back round to Ben. Now, I can't see with the short stack him folding here. Can you?
Well, it's fold or shove. They're the two options. He won't be calling. Of course, now that I've said that, he'll definitely be calling.
Murphy's Law. Let's have a look. Ben,
but I can't see him calling.
Ben's played a great series. You know, he hasn't had it all his way, but he really fights. He's very patient. And look at this. He's not going to be stubborn with it. He's going to wait for a better spot. Good on you, Ben. So, interestingly enough, Andy, we haven't seen Andy's cards here yet, but Ben folding pocket nines. You know, short stacks, tough decisions more often. I know with the bigger stacks you've got more decisions. There's the VPIP stat, which means voluntarily putting your chips in the pot, so the more aggressive players at the top. Very interesting. They're the numbers that the pros look at, right, when they're trying to assess their opposition.
Yeah, they're certainly always keeping an eye on how their opponents are playing, how aggressive they are. As you say, how often they're putting money into the pot, either by opening the pot, re-raising, or by calling. It all matters.
We have some new players coming in. Mr. Danny McDonald letting us know about that. So some really interesting players are coming in, but we'll wait to let you know as they join the table and join the action. Feature table is going to be, so we're going to go all the way up to our dinner break, and then when we come back from that dinner break, it will be a different feature table. Because as they get closer, we're going to remix the tables. Is that the word? They're going to rebalance those tables. Danny McDonough, he will start it all over again. It's a constant process as players bust out. They need to rebalance those tables time and time again. They do that during the breaks.
Could even be approaching a redraw, complete redraw potentially.
Yeah.
As we head down towards, almost down to our final two tables, not too far away.
Really exciting. So Andy Lee, the big stack, raising it up with ace-3 of spades. Joe Sandev with pocket queens. Two big stacks going at it here. So Joe will just call, slow playing his queens here. Trying to set a trap. Wondering whether maybe Najim is going to come in, and he does. So I'm not sure he wanted Najim to just call. Probably hoped that he'd re-raise. So Najim completely dominated. Let's have a look, see if the clubs are out there. No. Cards are a bit sticky. Flop 8-7 4 2 spades. So Andy Lee flops the nut flush draw, and Joe Sandev with pocket queens. This could get really big quickly if they overplay here.
Yeah, it's interesting flop. It's you know, for Joe having slow played those queens, it's quite a connected flop.
Yeah.
So he has to tread a little bit cautiously here. Andy will be loving it.
Sometimes to tread cautiously means to bet aggressively, right? To extract information immediately, even, and get ready to back down. So let's see if he does that, or he, in the last hand, when I thought he'd do that, he bet a quarter of the pot. So let's see what he does here. The pot's 225. He leads out for 80, so about a third of the pot. Now, how will Andy play the nut flush draw? Some players tend to get very aggressive with these hands. Others play them quite passively and hope to release the trap later. There's so many different ways. Again, these are the hands that are behind, although you can see by the percentage that Andy's actually a slight favourite to win this hand now with the amount of outs in. So he calls. The turn comes a 9 of hearts. Joe is still in the lead. Now you'll see that Andy's percentages drop from slight favourite to 31%.
Yeah, the board does become a little more connected though with that 9, so
Yeah.
you know, Joe will be, I don't think he'd be super excited to get it all in. this particular moment. Certainly not for 70 big blinds. He won't be doing that.
Big hand brewing here. There's 385,000 in the middle. They've managed to control the pot size, but it could get bigger. Nlhe checks. Over to Joe. He checks as well, so opens the door. And the river is a 5 of clubs. So Joe with pocket queens. Andy really being very careful with his draw. He doesn't get there, but he hasn't lost a lot of chips doing it.
Interested to see if Joe checks to Andy again.
Whether he takes a stab.
Well, sorry, Andy's acting first, but whether Andy takes a stab.
Yeah. I think it's the only way he can win the hand, but, you know, we know Joe ain't going anywhere, so he might be a little bit of posture here. I think the way Andy's... Oh, he's going to make me... He's throwing in time. That does mean potentially trying to not give his hand away. He is going to bet, so he 385 in the middle. Looks like 75. No, it's 130. Now, let's see what pocket queens does.
Joe...
That might be a bit confusing.
I mean, he's got a bit to worry about on that board, but
Yeah.
I still expect him to make the call.
I think that's exactly what he's going to do. So he might be a bit of a blocker bet and trying to buy that pot, but he couldn't get there. So a nice hand there for Joe. And Andy not overplaying the hand, really cautious with his draw. So a bit of a lesson at home for those who tend to see flush draws and tend to overplay them because they feel strong in your hands. Daniel used to talk to me about that all the time, Daniel Negreanu. Shout out to my wife and son in the car right now. Yes, darling, happy anniversary, 12 years. And to my boy Jonah, why aren't you in bed? I think I know. Oh, my goodness.
Are they heading over to see you, are they?
Oh, I'm trying to entice my wife and kids to come back on Mother's Day, which will be one of the final days of play. My boys came over to the hotel room and put the robes on. And they thought that it would be fun to put the robes on and prance around the room. We went for a bit of a swim at Crown Metropole. Beautiful hotel. And then they ate themselves silly.
Why not?
So it is Mother's Day, boys, so we need to think about mum for that.
Yeah, I mean, you and I haven't really had a chance to try it at too many of the restaurants here yet. Hopefully we do this week. There's some great restaurants here at Crown.
We will, yeah. I've tried some really good sushi. I had a Greek dessert last night. I forgot to tell my wife, sorry, darling, but it's the one with the long name. It starts with a G. She loves it, and it was delicious.
Yeah, I saw you tucking into that down in the food court. I thought you were going to go back for more.
You got to slow down when you're eating those things. I had sushi during the day, right, so I thought I'd balance it out.
Of course.
Over to Nick Williams, who's been really tight and very considered, raising it up with ace-king. Now another interesting hand, Joe Sandev, pocket nines in the cutoff. Could we see a 3-bet?
We could. I think Nick could be perfectly okay with that happening.
And just waiting for the dealer to confirm it is 160,000 to call. Folds around to Najim, gets out of the way. Ben Pocket gets out of the way. Back round to Nick now with ace-king now. He's got 666 behind. I'm going to guess he's going to keep going here.
There's a good chance he puts this in the middle.
Yeah.
Being very deliberate, thinking hard. He's played plenty of hands against Joe.
Yeah,
over the
he
years.
announced all in. And look at Joe. Straight away calling. Joe knew. He had the instinct, so he said, now's the time for the coin flip. Big flip here. Big coin flip here in the context of the game. Only 22 remain. Nick Williams, who's played a solid game so far, up against one of the big stacks of the table. Let's see what the flop does. A 9 in the door and an ace and a club. Oh, my goodness. Neither player has a club. Maybe it'll be a chop. The turn, a club, one more club, and this will chop.
I think Nick's loving that club. One more, he says.
Remarkable. And the river's a repeat, so nine's full will win this hand. Joe Sandev's best hand, and we lose Nick Williams, who played a really good tournament, I must say. A bit surprising to see Nick go at this point, but, you know, you're going to lose the great players. So we're going to go down to 21 players just before the break. My goodness. Big action, Pat. And, look, and now Joe Sandev has moved up to 3.4 million in chips.
Yeah, massive couple of hands. We saw Joe play that pretty decent-sized pot against Najim not long ago either. Picked up some chips there and then eliminates Nick Williams just there. So Joe sitting pretty, 114 big blinds. He's just soaring up the leaderboard. So he's had a great half hour or so there, Joe.
What an action-packed day so far. The main event is on a break, so reconfirming that the main event, day one, has begun, and our first session is 185 players. And because of that beautiful structure of the Aussie Millions that we've talked about so many times, the dream for most poker players is to play one of two tournaments in the world, or both, which is the World Series and the Aussie Millions. And the structures are just magnificent. They give you plenty of time and lots of chips, and you've got lots of time to get your money in good. This tournament, $25,000 to enter. This is the high roller event, or considered the more high roller event of all of the events on the calendar, but there are so many. The first event was $2.5K and had a huge prize pool. And then the second tournament was the 5K challenge, and that had an even bigger prize pool. And now we're getting to the serious end where the big money gets given away. The first prize here out of 98 players is $652,670. 21 players remain out of 98. Once we break for dinner and come back, you will see a rebalance of the tables as we see Ben Pocket move in on the small blind on Nlhe, the short stack being Ben Pocket, and taking it down. So he climbs back over 300,000. Ryuta, who's hung in on the short stack for some time. Joe Sandev with that really big hand eliminating Nick Williams, who played very well. And now you've got Andy Lee, the one-time chip leader at 2.6, and Joe Sandev, now potentially the chip leader for the entire field. We'll need to confirm that. He's at 3.4 million, and he's playing very well, I must say. Nlhe has been a bit quiet of late, had a bit of a rough run after a terrific run when he got here, but he's still at a very healthy and dangerous 1.35 million. An exciting player to watch. Ben Pocket, very patient, as is Ryuta Nakai from Japan, very patient. Kai Tanaka has also been very, very considered. Like his game very much. Folds, round to Joe, gets out of the way, all the way around to Nlhe. He's got ace-king in the cutoff. As I say, he's been quiet. He receives a very good hand, raises it up. Nlhe is a very active player. Sometimes active players don't get a lot of the credit for the hands they get because they're always involved. This is something Van Marcus and I discussed a little bit earlier in the coverage. These are players that do not wait for the big hands. They make it happen, but when they get them, there's sometimes an assumption they don't have them and they get paid off. Folds around to the short stack. Ryuta, who's got 200K. So you've got Ben and Ryuta to his left, Nlhe. Both of them thinking, is this the time? He's in the big blind, and look at this. He's going to make a call and see if he can catch a flop. Still got 170,000. Got a bit of fold equity here, but it's nearly pot size. Can he catch the flop? The flop is 8-4-5, so he hasn't caught that flop. Nlhe with the best hand. And he checks again. Round two. And he bets, quickly folding. So Nlhe takes it down, shows the ace.
I do enjoy that checking style, just exerting the least energy as possible.
I've got to just keep it. I've just got to keep it real, Ben.
Yeah.
So Ryuta slips a little, but still in the tournament. 21 remain. He's the short stack here.
21 remaining, 8 away from the money. Be interesting to see if play slows a little as we approach that money bubble. But plenty of action so far at this table, that's for sure.
A few comments messaging through to get the WD-40 out for the dealer, for the dealer chair. We will sort. Not to draw focus, but it's making me laugh.
I hadn't noticed that until just now, and now I'm not going to be able to stop. Well, thanks, Paul.
We're getting feedback. All right, action. Let's concentrate on the action. Joe Sandep with King 10. And a bet from Joe. Now with 3.4 million in chips. Round to Nlhe gets out of the way. Ben gets out of the way. Bit of a stretch of the legs. And round to one of the big stacks, Nlhe. He's on the button. Not giving much away. He's reaching for chips, and it looks like a 3-bet or a re-raise. So raising it up to 200,000. Ryuta, the short stack with 155, rubs his hands together. He's got a small pocket pair and lets it go. So showing that he really wants to get his money in good and being very patient. Kai gets out of the way. Back over to Joe now, who's out of position. Let's go of King 10. So Joe not being stubborn about it, opening up and folding to a 3-bet. Ryuta really waiting to make something happen. Blind's 15.30, so he's got a tiny little bit more time to make something happen as we near the break and a rebalance of the tables. Danny McDonough right now figuring it all out, trying to rebalance these tables and keep them going. Approximately 45 minutes from now, we will take a break. And then they will rebalance those tables as we lose more players.
I assume you'll be going for more of that Greek dessert during that break, Paul?
No, I think I can only do that once a week. There's many options, as you said, so I really need to spread myself a little thinner. Try different things. I think I've got my eye on something tonight, I'm not sure.
What are you thinking about tonight?
The more savoury side of the Greek cuisine.
Right.
Yeah. In honour of my anniversary. My wife would be proud and jealous at the same time.
This looks like the hand that Tanaka has been
waiting for, right?
Looking for.
Yeah. He's been very patient, so raising it up to 90,000. And Joe, he's picked up a hand. Now, this will be interesting because Joe will know that he hasn't played many hands. But he's not going away. He's going to make the call. So Joe's in the small blind. Joe's in the big blind. I beg your pardon. So small blind, big blind situation with premium hands here. Wow, just because the small blind and big blind didn't get interesting enough. The flop 10, 6, 3. Neither player striking. Kai ahead with his ace king. Big blind with position. Kai checks over to Joe. He looks at his chips.
Kai made a very good fold earlier in the day when
yeah, he did.
When Andy flopped trip nines.
Goes check, check. Back over to Kai, who appears not to be too stubborn about his hand. Not trying to force it, which many amateur and intermediate players tend to do with these big hands. They play them very strong before the flop, but not so passive after. It goes check. Back over to Joe. He bets a small 60,000. It is called, so Kai not going away. The river, a 5 of spades, so Kai with the best hand. Ace king.
Very interesting to see if Joe can pull the trigger again on this river. Put Tanaka to a decision.
Looks like he's going to check, and what does Joe do here? 330 in the middle. He probably knows now he's behind, so what kind of bet's going to get rid of him? He's got to be thinking to take a real hard line here, or give it up.
Yeah, Joe
opens it up.
Did have some showdown value with the ace.
A little bit, yeah. I think he knew he was beaten that time, but he knew he didn't want to take a big step because he just got these chips and he's been moving in the right direction. I like Joe's game. So pre-flop raises, you see Nlhe is on top of that list. And Paul Hickman, of course, who was really very active earlier on when Van Marcus was in the coverage with us.
So, 21 players remaining. We're still 8 away from the money. We've got a couple of standout stacks at this table, and probably no surprise too. Joe Sandav, Andy Lee, Najim, just doing what they usually do.
21 players remain out of 98 starters, $25,000 buy-in.
Everybody looks pretty cheery at this table, but having a bit of fun.
Yeah, I'm sure
Laughing.
that'll change when they get close to the money. Yeah, a bit cynical, but... Utah, the short stack, most certainly here, folds to him in the cutoff. He's got ace-jack. This has got to be the moment, and he puts it in. Wishing him the best of luck. Been very patient. Kai gets out of the way with a bit of a nod.
It's probably a very tempting hand here for Joe for such a cheap price.
He's in the small blind. Won't cost him a lot. He's got sort of a suited connector in Queen 9 of Hearts. Probably wondering what Paul Hickman's going to do, so he lets it go. Often difficult to know. Might call if he was in the big blind, but Paul's got King Queen. Can't see him going anywhere.
No, he'll be calling. I'm quite sure about that.
He's in the big blind. He looks a bit distressed about this, which is surprising for Paul because he's almost instantly made decisions. Probably he's gone a bit card dead, so maybe that's sort of worn him down a little bit. He looks a little bit more despondent than he did before.
He's a little bit short too, Paul, so it's a bit more of a decision. If he was big, healthy stack, I'm sure he'd gamble a little.
And I do think he will make the call, so yeah, he does. So we're going to see an all-in here finally from Yuta Nakai, but either way, it's going to leave either an elimination or Paul in a very dire strait. So Paul's slightly behind, 36% chance. Well, let's see what happens on the flop. Ace-Jack versus King-Queen. Seen this a few times. Let's see how this ends. Nothing on the flop. Ace-Jack ahead. King or a Queen for Paul. Turn and 9 of clubs. To eliminate, Ryuta Nakai needs a King or a Queen. He doesn't get there, so Ryuta's patience pays off. And Ben Pocket, the short stack at 300. Ryuta now up to 355. Paul Hickman's joined them now, so we've effectively got 3 short stacks, but they have still got up to 10, between 10 and 13 big blinds. So they've got plenty of, spots they're just trying to pick the right spots. Hard to get money off the great players too. They know how to not give it away.
Yeah, well, we've spoken all week, Paul, about the value of being patient, picking the right moment, not throwing your tournament away by just getting it in too loosely. Because you may have 4 or 5 big blinds, but you double up and pick up the blinds. You suddenly got 12 big blinds, and you've got something to If you double up again from there, then you're right back in it.
And with 21 players remaining out of nearly 100, and the top 13 make a minimum $56,000 plus dollars, so you're going to see the fight coming soon. These players, especially the experienced ones, really know how to navigate and also take their chances. You're going to see the courage. Because it does take courage at the tough business end around the bubble to make those decisions as to whether you're going to have a go to win the tournament or survive. Kai Tanaka, who's been also very considered. He's got 2 million in chips. He joined the table with just a little under that, or just over that. So he's done very well, showed some really good resolve.
King long and hard in the cutoff. The Queen 10 off.
So he wants to play the hand, but probably position and the players behind him.
He's very aware of Joe and Nlhe there in particular. Big stacks, aggressive players.
Might have picked up a bit of a read here because Joe did raise it up to 60,000. Nlhe gets out of the way. So he takes it down unopposed. There's the chip lead with Joe Sandev at 3.2 million, Nlhe with 2.8, Kai Tanaka just under 2. Now Ben Pocket right there with Ryuta and Paul Hickman, all sort of trying to make something happen, being patient too. 21 players. We're kind of stuck on this number a little bit because people are starting to tighten up and really try and double through. Cards are in the air. Nearing the dinner break. Still a ways to go though. Ryuta Nakai, the short stack hanging in there. Kai Tanaka being very patient, folding round to Joe, our chip leader, on the table. And it looks like he's going to raise it up in the cutoff, and does. Paul gets out of the way. Action on Nlhe. Gets out of the way. Round to Ben. Not this time. And once again, Joe starting to pick up a little bit more momentum, starting to become a bit more aggressive pre-flop. Other players potentially going card dead. We've got close to 3 short stack. Ben Pocket's really starting to slip now. Ryuta keeps finding ways to hang on. Paul Hickman's slipping too. So those 3 players really needing to make something happen before the break. Hoping to hang on, because once that rebalance also happens of the tables, it can change things very quickly, right? Dramatic turns, momentum shifts, bit of luck, more players, a bit more time through the orbits. Anything can happen. One hand to another.
Saw that the other day with what happened to both Van Marcus and it happened to Joe Hasham too. Were sitting very comfortably. They changed tables and then Van busted a couple of hands later and Joe became short stacked.
Kai Tanaka with an ace here, gets out of the way. Round to Joe, who's been very active lately, gets it out of the way, folds around to Nlhe. She's got a suited 9-10, raises it up. Ben Pocket with ace-3 offsuit and the short stack. Yeah, he's going to move. And it goes. Nlhe won't like that. That's not the kind of bet he wants to call with that hand. And he gets out of the way. Now it's back around to Nlhe. Now Nlhe could make the call, figure himself not too far behind, and he'd be right. But Nlhe, if he calls and gets it wrong or he gets unlucky, he'll know he'll be an underdog, but he's nearly 50-50 here. But it's a gamble, right? At this point, it's a gamble. So he's going to put him in, and we're going to see if Ben Pocket survives further. He's really hung in there, Ben, I've got to say. His form's been great. And he's hanging for that ace to come. As you could see, he shook the ace, but he's the all-in player. But Nlhe with the suited connector. Let's see what happens here, whether we lose a player. Flop. An 8, a 4, a 5. So Ben with a wheel draw and is still ahead. The turn, a deuce gives him a straight. And no clubs in Nlhe's hands. So Ben will double down, or double up, I should say, through Nlhe. And Nlhe will slip. Ben Pocket survives. Patience paying off. Nice hand.
So a couple of our short stacks doubling through in the past few minutes. Back up to 18 big blinds and feeling a lot more a lot better about life.
Yeah, absolutely. So now Ryuta, who's kind of been the short stack for some time, finding ways to survive, unopposed pots, etc. Paul Hickman also trying to be very patient. Ben Pocket now a little bit over $500,000, putting a bit of distance there. He'll feel good putting those chips together. Nlhe has gone from about where he is to 2.5 million, and now he's slipped back down to 1, so we could see some action there as well. Now, he's an action-packed kind of player, so I'd expect them to be involved in lots of hands. Lots of action on the main event floor. So main event day one has started. 185 runners have registered in day one. 156 remain. Got many day ones to go through. A week from now, we crown a champion. The 2026 Aussie Millions, thanks to CrownBet. Our 2026 winner. This tournament, the 25k high roller, essentially. Joe Sandev, the big stack, raising it up with pocket threes. Folds around to the short stack, Ryuta. And lets it go. So Joe continuing to accumulate chips patiently. 3.3 million, Ryuta and Paul Hickman, short stacks. But you still got nearly 10 big blinds. We've talked about that. So there's a bit of luck in the chat for Ben. Hang in there, hometown Ben. His form in the 5K was terrific. So we're seeing, you know, there's a handful of players really showing form going into the main, right? So Van, Joe, they all looked really stoic and strong through the 5K challenge. So that's the form you want to take into the main, no doubt.
We're about just under 30 minutes away from our dinner break in this event. This, of course, is the biggest buy-in event of the Aussie Millions this year, 25k. Back in the day, there was a 100k and there was even a 200k, Paul, which I'm sure you would have loved to have played in.
I was working, Ben. I was working. It's the only way I'm going to make money from that table.
Yep.
Folds around to Ben Pocket. Pocket threes in the cutoff.
Good friend of ours, David Stikey, won the 100k one year.
I remember that. Remember Dan Shack beating Phil Ivey heads up and Dan laughing about it because he thought there was no way he could win in the high roller. I think that was the 100k.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Ben lets it go. Doesn't want to be, just got these chips, doesn't want to give them away. Folds around to the short stack in the small blind. Jack 7 now. The shove's going to get called by a lot of hands here. And he moves all in. So now Kai with 9 high. Yeah, that's not the hand he needs to call with. He just needed to see a good card. And again, Ryuta shows resolve and he climbs just back out of that tiny dire area into sort of just a little bit of breathing space, but still the short stack. Him and Paul Hickman. Lots of pressure on them, but hard to get that double up. Ben has done a good job of getting to 546,000. Joe continuing to put pressure on them in a very considered way. Nlhe hanging on to about 1.1 plus.
It's interesting to see the aggression frequency there just purely reflected the stack sizes as well. Just goes to show the
not a
power.
coincidence. Yeah, that's right.
Power of a big stack.
Nlhe folds. Ben over to Ben, who's got an ace in the hijack. He's not going to get stubborn with it. He's going to be patient, perhaps waiting for the shorter stacks to make their move. Ryuta folds around to him. He's got the button. Any good card here will do. He announces all in. Now over to Kai, who's got 8 high. He folds over to Joe, the big stack. Must be something here to move in against the big stack every time, but Joe ain't going to have anything of it. So again, Ryuta finding some chips through, you know, unopposed. He gets to 430. Paul Hickman, who is a very decisive man when it comes to action, he looks visibly frustrated. He's been card dead, to be fair to Paul. When he gets them, he's not shy to use them, and he knows how to use them in ways that really, really puts the fear of God into some players, which is why Van and I really enjoyed watching him. He's gone card dead, but, you know, he's really been patient too, which I like very much about his game. So hopefully Paul might get a little bit of luck here to survive. He's going to need it. Pressure's mounting.
Hope to get Frankie B onto the stream a little later tonight.
He's a bit elusive today. I think he's just too popular. What has he got, Instagram followers?
He's posing for more photos now, which is pretty much the life of Frankie
B. We did this. We built him up, and look at him. He's forgotten us.
He's doing the rounds.
Everybody's going, can we take photos with Frankie B?
Seeing his fans.
Nlhe raising it up with 9-10 of clubs. We've seen this before. Now Nlhe, who's been quiet but consistent, like his game, folds a small suited connector. Doesn't want to do it this time. Doesn't want to get involved. Likes his hand, but not that much. Folds around to Kai. King high with clubs. Folds around to Joe. Nlhe has raised it up and looks like he's going to win it. No, Paul is going to get involved. So Paul has picked up an ace. And he's not jamming here, so Paul being very careful, showing a little bit of patience here. Paul trying to catch, doesn't want to give it away. Flop comes and he's hit too. So Paul, action's on Paul. Now, we've only seen really one gear from Paul, which is aggression. And it looks like, see, often with Paul in the hand, it plays out and we have to catch up. So what we now know is Paul moved in, Nlhe folded, over. Didn't extract value from the hand. Potentially a check there might have induced a bet, but he didn't want to do that. So Paul pushes back up to 461. So Ryuta and Paul following Ben's lead, all trying to do the alligator blood thing and hang in there. $21 players remain in the 25K challenge, looking to give away a first prize of $652,000 plus dollars, second prize $405,000 plus, and third is $264,600. We pay the top 13 players and 21 remain. 98 started. Action is on Ben Pocket.
I always struggle not to play any. If I got two spades in my hand, they're just so pretty. So even if it's 7 deuce, I just want to play them.
I see a lot of players feeling that way about certain hands, the favourite hands, the suited connectors. Some suits more than others in different ways, I've got to say. Folds around to Joe, who looks like he's raised it up, using his stack in every way he can. Paul Hickman folding, being patient. Nlhe looks like he's going to get involved, and he's in the big blind, so he's defending with a raggy 8-4. So Joe and Nlhe, they've had a few rounds, these two.
Yes, I think they're enjoying the battle.
Yeah, the flop comes 10-5-3, so not much for either player. Joe ahead. A quick bet and fold by Nlhe, so Joe takes it down. We move on. Ryuta. So you've got an interesting pack at the bottom, really sort of almost trading every time, waiting for their opportunity to double up and hanging in there. You can see the field has tightened up. It's just quite an aggressive and loose field, and it is most certainly tightened up now.
Shout out to the team here at Crown. We've been run off their feet today.
Look, again, it's Frank in the middle, though. Frankie B is in the middle of all photos.
He is. That's what he's here for. He's here to be in photos. I think he's actually running around trying to find people who are willing to take a photo of him.
We must ask Crown what the secret is. We've created a monster.
Yeah, just a moment in the spotlight. And now he thinks he's on the cover of Vogue.
Is that right? Shout out to my other son, Jackson, who's just finished his breakdance session. He'll be in the car with his brother, Jojo, his mate, Monty, and my wife on our anniversary. Stay out of trouble, boys. They haven't seen me breakdance, Ben, and the truth is that's probably a good thing.
Oh, I haven't seen you breakdance either, so if you want to put on a demonstration...
Certain people here would scream, others would pay money.
Weird things happen in poker rooms late at night, as I'm sure you're aware. I've seen everything over the years.
I'm not ready to tell my sons all the secrets. Sadly, my wife knows all the secrets. Back to the action. Joe Sandev raising it up the big stack with King Queen off suit to 60,000. Called by Ben Pocket, who's a relatively short stack. We don't know what Ben's hand is. For his sake, he might hope he's got a 10, but Joe's struck the Queen on the flop. Queen 10-10. Ben quickly checks. Action on the big stack. And a bet of 55,000 and a quick fold from Ben Pocket. So what a vibe on the tournament floor. Ryuta, Paul and Ben all in the same neighbourhood in terms of chips. Really waiting. Oh, we've lost a player. We're down to 20. So only 7 players off the money now, and we'll start to give away the big money.
Well, we're close enough to the money now that certainly Ryuta, Ben and Paul must be very aware that if they can just hang on and double up, they're a pretty good chance of getting into that top 13 players that are going to be paid. So
Yeah.
you just start to think about that now. It seems a long way off with 30 players left, but not so far off with 20 players left. We've got a terrific comment in the chat that Paul Corey is to Asia Pacific Poker what Liv Schreiber is to Hard Knocks, the voice that makes everything feel bigger.
I have to thank my father for giving me this voice. And I've got 2 boys in the car listening. Their voice hasn't broken yet, so they're sitting there going, are we going to get Dad's voice? And I think they will.
Well, once their voices break, I'm out of a job. It'll be the Paul Corey show. The Corey
am I.
family. The Corey family show.
Well, one of my boys is the SRC captain of his in the school. That's a very important role. So when he speaks on the microphone, he doesn't realise how much power he's got. And he's very good on the mic. He'll have me out of the job very soon. Action on Naj is raised here with 8-4 of hearts. That's very Naj-like at this table. Mixing it up, making it very creative. Andy Lee, who's very, very methodical. Like his game very much, is 3-betting him. Waiting to see what hand. Sometimes the RFID cards don't pick up immediately, so we have to wait, which creates a bit of Ben and Paul having a guess, and we're so often not right.
We're so often well off.
So he takes it down. Joe still sits atop at 3.5. Andy, 2.8, very consistent. Kai, very consistent. And Paul, Ben, and Ryuta, all the short stacks. It's like the story continues and we're just waiting for something to change, and they are too. So the subplots are set. 7 players off the money, and the first prize of $652,670. Can't wait to give that money away. Tomorrow's final table. Day 1 of the main event, 186 in. 157 remain. Day 2 tomorrow, or day 1B. Because the field is so massive, it'll take a week to finish this main event, and that's what it's worth. But it'll be, what do you reckon the first prize will be? Huge.
Yeah. So we're talking about getting possibly an 8 as the first number in the field. It could be 800 and something. So now we're starting to push up into the, not too far off the $1 million.
Yeah, first prize. Yeah, it's going to be amazing. Going to be amazing. Folds around to Nlhe in the small blinds. Got a small pocket pair against a short stack. Difficult situation here for any player, but he's moved all in, made it very simple for himself. And Ryuta just needs one good card and he can do something, but somehow he doesn't. He folds, so he must have had a terrible hand there. Let's just assume, and Andy takes it down. Ryuta still with pressure, but I've got to say, he has not been in a comfortable position since very early on in this feature event, so he's doing really well to hang in there. 20 players remain, 7 off the money. Ben Pocket has been at Showdown more than any other player. Nlhe, look at that. You've got to hand it to him. Doesn't show his hands down very often. Keeps that information very, very close to his chest. A good poker player will do that, especially ones with wider ranges. Main event action is coming back to the main floor. That's the noise you're hearing in the background. There's 2 major tournaments going on at the same time. This is what it's all about, really. The 2026 Aussie Millions, thanks to CrownBet.
Nlhe hasn't run particularly well over the past hour or so. He was involved in a big pot against Joe, where Joe flopped top pair. Nlhe had a big draw, flush draw, turned a pair, had a million out but missed them all. So Joe took a decent size pot off Nlhe since then. Yeah, not really too many spots that have worked in Nlhe's favour, but he's been here before. He's been around the block. This is poker. You're going to have runs like that in any tournament.
Nlhe raising it up on the button. Jack 8 offsuit. Kai Tanaka in the big blind with a very similar hand, a dominated one, and does the right thing for himself and gets out of the way. Showing real patience, taking time. So again, you've got the same 3 short stacks we keep talking about, Ryuta, Ben and Paul, but they have got more than 12 big blinds, which is plenty, really. They've just got to try and wait for the right spot, and that's exactly what they're doing. So we are in a really critical phase in this tournament where we're waiting for the wind to blow in the right hand to change the dynamic of this final table. Right now, what you're seeing is a lot of pressure on these players, lots and lots of pressure. Hearing the vibe in the room in the background, that is the main event of 186 players began, 157, of which we think we've got about 157 in front of us, coming back to their tables after their dinner breaks. Now, the tournament directors always used to say to me, we always lose a bunch of players after dinner, right? There's always a handful of busts after dinner. Is that carb related, Ben? I mean, that is a consistent stat. Danny and I have talked about it for years. You always lose after breaks more players.
I wonder if that's just concentration has been broken, or maybe they had a beer or a couple of glasses of wine with the dinner and getting a bit jolly.
I don't know. I might have played my best on wine. Finally, Ryuta picks up a hand and moves all in for 350-odd thousand. Folds around now to Joe. The big stack. He's picked up an ace too. This would be a good spot for Ryuta. This is exactly what he wants. And he's in the big blind too. So Joe here wouldn't put him on a hand like that. Although Ryuta's been really patient, Joe would know that. So he won't like this situation, but he's got a strong enough hand to call here. And he's got lots of chips. But he's got lots of fold equity.
Yeah, he may be able to get away from this. I think if Ryuta was a little shorter, Joe would be more than happy to gamble it up.
And Joe really probably thinking, look, I love this about Joe. He thinks about every hand the same way. You can almost hear him saying how many hands has he played, what hands has he played with, what's his range for shoving here. Buy some time. My goodness, I've just been touched by a Hashem on live air. Everybody's here. It was called in the end, so Joe makes the call, and he is dominated, but he could eliminate here. He has the diamonds tied up. He's not that far behind. 30% dog. Ace-Jack. Ryuta, the favourite. Can he double up? Or will he be eliminated as a diamond in the door? Oh my goodness, what a flop. He has flopped a monster, Joe. He's not only flopped the wheel, but he's also got diamond outs. An ace on the turn. Oh, my goodness. I am absolutely stunned by what goes on here. The nut flush ties it up. We will lose Ryuta Nakai from Japan, who has been incredibly patient, and he's a real gentleman. And Joe gives him a fist pump and sends him home and takes his chips, as all really nice poker players do, Ben.
We can only dream of living in Joe Sandov's world, where we flop the wheel and just to rub it in, we river the flush as well. As if to say, yep.
Oh wow! Look, they're all laughing. They're all having a bit of a giggle at going, "How? Yeah, okay, we should have expected that." Okay, so we're there now down to 19 players. What a story! Well, the thing I've loved about people often ask me, Ben, you asked me before, playing. When do you play? When do you not play? The thing I love about work like this is the stories that come out of it. Every single tournament has stories that build during that tournament, and through thousands and thousands of poker tournaments now that I've been involved with for so long, showing my age, there's no two that are the same. And they mean so much to the players that you see them over and over again over years, and they want to stop you and talk about those hands and those stories, especially the winners and sometimes the losers, which is you've got to sympathise with. And I sit more in the loser column of the poker tournament, so a bit of success, but more work than success. But it's just such a cool job. But you're watching heartbreak and glory at the same time every single day. So if you want to know why we do this, you get the front row seat. It's pretty cool.
I mean, some of my favourite, storylines over the years has been, sort of the casual player, the rookie player.
We're hearing some thudding noise in the background. Not sure really what that is. Apologies to our people at home. We're just going to find out what that is, just in case there's been some sort of drama. But I think it's more some equipment failure. We're waiting to find out what that is.
Well, is that all major construction work going on in the room?
I'm not sure what that would be, but apologies to those at home who are hearing that. My goodness. Hope that's not a bust out. Once again, apologies at home.
Not sure if that's coming through a speaker or if...
No, that sounds a little bit more like a thud, if I'm honest. Oh, it could be. No, you're right, it could be. It could be, so... Dan, our saviour's running over to the booth to find out whether we can shut that down. Yeah. We'll do our very best and keep you covered.
Certainly the whole room is...
Wondering what that is, yeah.
That's very loud.
Frankie B's on the case.
Yeah,
Frankie B's going to find out what it is.
Frankie will take a photo with it.
We're all wondering and scratching our heads at that sound. It sounds like it could be a speaker. We're waiting for our production head. We might need to unplug that speaker.
That would be a good start. That's where I would start.
Players blocking their ears.
Travis Endersby is
quite a loud sound. This is a new one. Yeah. 30 years of poker, and I've never heard that sound.
There you go. There is
oh my goodness,
a hand going on in the
middle.
middle.
So Joe, please forgive us with that sound in the background, but Joe right now is in a hand with Nlhe. He's got King 3 Nlhe. Joe with pocket 10s takes it down, does Joe, so keeps climbing ahead. Please just bear with us while we sort out what that loud banging sound that is disrupting the entire tournament floor. We don't usually have this on a broadcast. These things happen, ladies and gentlemen. Just so you know, in television, the good news is, and over the years of television, Ben, this kind of thing could be just cut out. And don't think it didn't happen in television. But in radio and in live broadcast, which I liken to radio, you get all of the pimples that go with broadcasting.
Yep, and from Roman in the chat saying how annoying that sound is. Well, I can assure you it's very annoying in person too.
Yeah. Is there a squash court? Yes. No. I can confirm we do not have a squash court at the Aussie Millions. Oh my goodness. We will figure out that sound very shortly. I'm sure everybody's calling everybody to try and shut it down.
A few players in this room with their hands over their ears. It's as loud as it sounds as loud as it sounds. If that makes sense.
Thanks for the stream, guys. That sounds annoying. It sure is, guys. Oh, my goodness, Ben. We need to try and get control of this because we've got now a three-way all-in. Let's just try and catch up here. Nlhe with ace-king, Ben Pocket with jacks, Paul Hickman with ace-7. And we're going to see here, just catching it all up, Ben Pocket the short stack, Paul Hickman the short stack, Nlhe with ace-king. If he strikes here, he can eliminate both Ben and Paul. Please bear with us through the sound. That sound is hugely disruptive, but we're trying to hang in there. For those at home, we've got a speaker disruption, but that's not going to stop us. You're watching the 25K challenge, a three-way all-in, 19 remain. First prize will be $652,000 plus. And Nlhe with the best hand so far, or pocket jacks, I apologise, but look at this. Always an action flop. Jacks have flopped not only the best hand, but has also got a draw. Need to avoid an ace and a king.
Paul, yes, okay, well, Paul still has some outs as well.
Yeah. No clubs in anybody's hands here, Benno.
Ben Pocket's in very good shape.
And the river's a deuce, so jacks will take it down. So Ben Pocket will double up. We will lose Paul Hickman, so another player eliminated. And what that does to Nlhe is it brings him down to 488,000 in chips. So thanks for your patience. We appear, I don't want to speak too soon, to have resolved the issue of the audio disruption. So if you're listening at home, thank you for your patience. You're listening to the 2026 Aussie Millions 25K challenge. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, $25,000 to enter. 98 players entered this tournament. And the first prize is $650,000. We only have 18 players left out of 98. And we're going to get to that final table tomorrow. Ben, I'm just going to give a shout out now to Dean and Linda who are listening in. Dean, the reason I want to bring Dean up, and I want your reaction to this, is he's a Tottenham fan. And he's in denial a bit. He's avoiding me. I feel like he's avoiding me at the moment. In a friendly way, he tries not to bring it up, but I know it's there. They had a win this morning. Did you catch that? I thought they may have put something in Aston Villa's coffee.
I did. I watched the highlights. I watched the extended highlights of that game, and I was very confused that not only were Tottenham up 2-0 early, but they were dominating.
I know.
Against the Villa side that's got a lot to play for themselves.
They didn't look like... Aston Villa looked like they may have gone out the night before, and I reckon Tottenham sent them vouchers or something to go out.
Yep, went to the pub.
But, you know, what do you reckon? Do you think Tottenham are going to make it?
I think...
They could now.
I thought they were almost no chance before last night.
Yeah.
Now they're...
Tides have turned a little bit.
I mean, West Ham are suddenly in the firing line now.
Yeah, right.
So, of course, this is obviously the Premier League live stream here from the Crown Poker Room. But, we must talk about it a little bit.
And it'll be just like Dean, not to call me until they're safe. So if you're listening, Dean, I'll be expecting that call, and I will answer. We need to do a debrief, both you and I, Man United, Liverpool. I know. Look, it was a handball. I know it was a handball, but, you know, just glad we signed Cobby. Now on to next year.
Yeah, he was a little out of favour under Amorim, wasn't he?
Yeah, that was... what can I say? I think it was a simple decision. I really do, and I think Michael Carrick should get the job. I don't think that there's any doubt of this. And I've just got confirmation that Dean is listening, so you can tell. See, this is typical of Tottenham supporters. Is that, you know, we're here, we want to talk, but not really.
I was
to be
lucky
fair, last year, man, I think we were worried. We were really concerned when we saw each other because Man United and Tottenham were in the same neighbourhood every time. Sorry, guys at home who are dialing in to listen to the poker, but I'm sure there's a lot of Premier League fans out there. Guy Tanaka raises it up with King Queen offsuit. Round to Ben Pocket, who's done really well through that double up. So Ben now with 1.2 million. Haven't seen Ben with a lot of chips at all at this table. He's fighting really hard. 17 players remain. And out of those 17, 13 will get paid. And the minimum payout now is $56,000. So the pay structure starts to come into effect. These players will come under huge pressure. Here we go. Ace-6 with Andy, who's a really stoic, great player, and Kai Tanaka, who's both of them actually very similar in their approaches in this tournament. Going head-to-head, Andy checks over to Kai. We go to check, then the turn, 5 of diamonds. Andy Lee ahead now.
And no help there for Kai.
Let's see how the hand plays out. 165 in the middle. Like I said, 17 players remain. And there's a bet from Andy. I don't think Kai fights him, so it looks like he's going to take it down. And we look at the VPIP stats, which are the voluntarily put your chips into the middle. So Najim still on top. He's been pretty much on top of that. Joe, also very active, table captain. That's what you see from the great players. So while this tournament has been taking its shape towards the final table tomorrow, and we give away that big prize pool, the main event has started. That's 10,500 to enter. That's got day one today, 189 plays started, 160 remain. We've got big players in the field. We've got the NBA star Josh Giddey, the Chicago Bulls player from Australia, the superstar. He started the shuffle up and deal today. Really good to see. Really nice guy. Hanging in there too. I think he's still in, right?
He is. I can spot him down end of the room where he's
Ben's
been.
got a keen eye on Josh. We might even get him in the interview booth at some stage. That'd be really cool. Got the best player in the world in Michael Mizrachi. We'll try and get him as well. And I'm sure we will tomorrow. And I've got some goss on Michael, let me tell you. And then we'll get the champ, Joe Hasham.
I'm sure you're talking about the goss that you can say on air.
Well, yeah. I've got to clear all that. It needs to be approved, right? So, I'm a wealth of useless knowledge, but I know where the lines are.
Right.
Happy anniversary, darling.
You're saying that to Michael Mizrachi?
12. Listen, you know, my wife won't mind, as long as she gets a buy-in. Actually, I've got to catch up with that former champ, Tyrone Crost. She's got a bone to pick with him about a hand about 10 years ago. Nlhe and Kai Tanaka in a hand together. And we're on 4th Street. It's a bet and a call. The river comes a repeat 4. Interesting here. Neither player with much. 3 million in Andy's hands. Kai Tanaka with 1.7. He's got the best hand, so Andy will check. Both players will check. And Ace will take it down. So we are now on a break, ladies and gentlemen, the dinner break, and we are, just a quick recap, 17 players remain in the $25,000 challenge here at the Aussie Millions, thanks to CrownBet. We also have the main event started tonight, so long way to go. And what can I say, Ben? Any final comments?
Yeah, I've just been told that with 17 players remaining, when we come back, the table's going to be broken at 16, so the stream will actually come back not straight after the dinner break. We're going to wait till the 17th player gets busted and the
Then
table
they'll
redraw
form the
happens.
tables,
And
right.
so we could be an hour or so, and then we'll be straight back as soon as possible.
Well, make sure you tune in, because tonight we get to the point where a final table happens. We'll also keep you updated on the main event floor, and then tomorrow the final table of the 25K challenge. It's been a really, really colourful final table coverage so far. For all of those joining and interacting in the chat, please keep sending your questions and comments in. We love that. It's great vibe here from the 2026 Aussie Millions. Thanks to CrownBet, Ben. A pleasure. I'll see you after the dinner break, and we'll look for the action.
Will do.
See you soon.
progress. It's relentless. Earned by pushing forwards through the setbacks and the wins, all for an opportunity that others might miss. Two worlds driven by performance, guided by data, insights, and feel. It's never just a move, it's a mindset. Because better never settles.
CrownBet is back in the game, built for the big moments in racing and sport, from a name you know. Bet with CrownBet today.
Chances are you're about to lose.